So,
I
my
thought
buddy
DE
Matt,
jumped into here. Okay,
sorry.
well,
I was just saying, my buddy Matt stopped by the shop the other day from Vehement Knives, and I had all kinds of cool toys on him. Got to play with a nice old Emerson. He's got a PAP pistol that's number 52, 00052 or whatever. I thought it was kind of awesome.
that's pretty cool.
But yeah, cool visit. Couple zero tolerances. I got to mess around with an ACOG finally, the military issue ACOG sight.
So do you like it or you hate it?
I like it. I thought it was pretty cool. I mean, for what it is. I'm not a huge fan of optics, but I like that better than the last red dot I played with.
ACOG's a really different category than the red dots.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, the last optic I played with was a cheapo red dot. Couldn't have been more than $200, $100.
Quality's there, but it's eye relief and it's 4x magnification. I don't understand why they even make it.
Oh, gotcha.
The idea behind it was to try and get infantrymen to actually be able to engage out to the effective range of the rifle, and then of course they started replacing the M16s with the M4s and reduced the effective range of the rifle. So an ACOG on an M4 is just like, okay, now I've lost my close range capability and I've lost my long range capability, and
right.
The ACOG is just the wrong optic for the platform.
And if I get hurt this expensive ass thing, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, if I lose one, my entire company is going to be out here for a week looking for it.
What you have said is a good point, though. I mean, the quality is definitely there. It's a nice piece. The reticle's really clear. It's got a really crispy little arrow in it.
I liked it on the M16A2. It's just when they started handing us M4s, it lost its relevance because, okay, I got some extended range out of it, but the rifle wouldn't do it anymore.
And that wasn't the job of it. Yeah, you're not being put out to shoot at people on the other side of that field. You don't do that hard.
Well,
We certainly don't, as regular people. We're not
well,
like, oh,
yeah,
well,
yeah,
let's engage people way on the other side of that field all the time.
as an infantryman, it was like I say, it was great on the A2. But when we got the M4s, it was like you try and take the same shot at the ranges that you can actually obtain with the ACOG, and it's like the rifle just wasn't capable. So it's like, okay, it was great before, but now not so much with this rifle. But there are things I liked the M4 for when we got them, but there were things that they were definitely a trade-off. And I kind of giggle when people go, "Oh yeah, I have to have the 14.5-inch barrel with the pinned muzzle device, so it's 14.5 inch, just like the military has, and that must be the best." And it's like, we actually lost capability when we shortened the barrels. And yeah, I've got some 16-inch guns, but they have their place, and it's CQB.
Yeah, after taking my my AK pistol out, I don't think I'd be comfortable shooting it past 100 yards or so. And even at 100 yards, I'm not super comfortable. I'm not super, dead on accurate or anything. I can see a shorter AR causing the same kind of problems.
Yeah, in those ranges, that's what my old 45-70 guide gun's for. I mean, bring out the bear gun.
There you go. 30-30.
Nah, itty bitty round. Give me that 45-70. I want to take down buffalo.
Yeah, I don't run into a lot of buffalo. I run into the occasional skinny coyote, but
of course, I have a friend who, after the last time he shot that thing, he absolutely refuses to ever shoot it again because it hurt his shoulder.
I'm getting ready to inlay the stock for a Marlin guide gun, and still haven't decided what kind of epoxy I'm going to use yet, just for that specific reason.
Which Marlin?
Oh, I don't know. It's a guide gun, is what he said. He just sent me the forend and the stock. I'm gonna mill them out and inlay them.
So it's either going to be a 444. It's probably either going to be a 444 or 45-70.
I'm pretty sure it's a 45-70. I could be wrong, but I'm fairly certain it is.
Good recoil pad is highly recommended.
Yeah. Not a bad idea. Hey, I sold that orange switchblade today, G-Webs.
Oh yeah, what'd you get for it?
I sold it for 75, which is a little lower than it's worth.
Let me see the auction number because I'm going to report that.
Yeah, right.
Oh, you mean those military ones like I was talking about a couple of weeks ago or a week ago?
Yeah, the little orange handle switchblades with the ring or the hook on them.
Yeah, I was using mine to clean my fingernails today.
Yeah. I eBay pulled it because it was a switchblade, but I just put a real quick buy it now on it, and for less than I know it's worth, and somebody grabbed it up right away. One less headache.
I got my printer finally, so now I can print again, and
Awesome.
that means I can start selling shit on eBay because I'm going to start printing out my labels. So now I have to figure out, I don't know how to test that or whatever. So now did Six String say that it's all about weight now when you sell stuff?
No, it's not all about weight. I mean, I usually go in and just mark it free shipping and put the shipping into the price. And then
But how do you know what the shipping's going to be?
just judging by weight, I mean, it's not all about weight, but the weight will give you a good idea. It depends on what service you're using. If it's under 13 ounces, you can use first class, and that's like $2 no matter what. So.
Well, I want to use the deal where you just print it right off of eBay.
Yeah, that's what
and drop it off the post office.
Yeah, you usually figure it out beforehand what it weighs, estimated weight, and all that.
So is that with the package, I'm assuming, right? You put it in its envelope or something and then weigh it?
Yep.
I think I'm going to practice with a bunch of I used to have books on audio cassette. I don't know if anybody wants those or not, but I'm going to start just to practice, get rid of a bunch of those.
There you go.
And that's, I figure I could put it in an envelope and it can't cost that much to ship.
Yeah. Yeah, no, pretty much everything that's that light and that small, you're looking at like $2 or $1.95 to ship.
All right, so not to change the topic, but I'm going to totally change the topic. G-Web, what did you do to that NAA revolver's handle? Is that like that tool rubber dip stuff?
No, their Pug is this model, and it comes with that, and it's a Hogue rubber, and it's just a shape that I'm trying to say, like, it is fitted to the shape of the revolver, the bird's head, frame. So it slides over the frame.
Slip-on piece?
Yeah, it's a slip-on, is what I'm getting at.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
made for the gun, and you just have to sort of heat it up a little bit so that it doesn't rip, because there's kind of a bulge down there. But it's made by Hogue for them, or if not by Hogue, for Ergo. Somebody who makes a really rubbery grip like that. I suspect Hogue, though.
Okay, I just never seen one with a rubber grip.
It's pretty nice. It gives it it's a lot like you're holding it. You've held these before? And they're
Yeah,
kind of,
I have one.
you have to, okay, so you kind of normally have to hold it by your first knuckle on your other finger. With this, you get more of a grip with all your fingers because it's like you're holding a rubber golf ball almost. It's really comfortable. If you get a chance, it's the Pug model where it's got that lug underneath the barrel and that profile, and it's got the big dot sights on it. Sometimes they have a night sight or not, but they kind of have this same aggressive look to them. If you see one, try them. They also make the grip, so sometimes you'll find other Magnums with this grip on it to, without all the Pug stuff. And they're what, $20, so they're totally worth it if you like shooting on 22 Magnum. Well, I've done some quick research on eBay, and it turns out that books on cassette are not that expensive.
Alright,
Somehow they're not going for a lot of money somehow.
Right.
So, wow, this thing's like weird. Yeah, there we go.
It kind of felt like I should
these are
get
actually
rich off of this.
Yeah, these are actually made by Hogue, but they're hard plastic.
Yeah, I've got those too. I didn't know Hogue made that though. That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
That
this
one's
is
a lot
actually
more
made by
comfortable.
Hogue. It'll focus.
Well, even though I won't get rich or be able to buy a box of ammo, it looks like I will be able to sell these things so they won't go to waste.
Are there some that sold?
Yeah, there's pages of them, so it looks like there's
cool.
still people out there with cassette players. When I was buying and selling old computers back in the day, like really old computers, I was surprised at how resourceful other countries are when they're happy to get cassettes, I'm sure, somewhere.
Oh, yeah.
Probably, now that I'm thinking about it, it'd be an easy way to learn English, too.
Dude, original PlayStations, which are from the 90s, still sell. I mean, like you can get a PlayStation 2 for like $50 in any pawn shop, and the original ones still sell like hotcakes. Nintendos and everything like that still sell. So, to users and not just collectors.
I just had to get all the pocket lint out of my my little NAA revolver,
So
though.
I'm looking at doing another gun channels auction here soon, possibly within the next couple weeks or week. See how that goes.
What are you going to do?
Well, I've got this huge ass pre-1986 Buck 124 with rosewood handles. And I'm doing the metal work on it, tooling up the spine and so on. And I don't have a buyer for it, so I'll probably be doing another gun channels auction.
What do you call that? Like on the finger side of the end?
This just I call it scalloping,
Scalloping.
but some people call it like flint, like napping, or because it kind of looks like a napped flint look, like a knife.
That's what I was gonna say. It looks like it's carved out of wood. I like it.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Not
It's
wood,
something-
rock. I mean,
Yeah, like napped out like an arrowhead or something. It's still dirty. It's got like black buffing compound in it and stuff. Yeah, so I don't know. I'm like I said, probably going to do this on the gun channels. See how that goes. Cool knife though. Very cool knife. Very tempted to keep it.
how is Six String able to keep getting into the chat, yet he says he can't get into the thing because he's on a computer? See? He's doing simple detective work here. It doesn't add up.
Because he's a liar.
I think he's afraid of what I'm going to do. I'm going to take over eBay now that I got my printer, and he doesn't want to confront me in here. He'd probably be mad that he already gave me all those tips already.
Yeah, honestly though, once you get in there and start messing with it, it's so simple and like easy to handle. The printing off your slips. Some places you can just give them to your post office, like your mailman. Here I have to take him and drop him off at the post office.
Well, I'm sure my mailman won't take because he's a dick. But I remember when I was doing it before, when I was doing eBay for a while, a few years I did eBay, like full time almost, and I was using FedEx back then. But you'd have to give it, to FedEx at least, you gave it height, length, and weight, or height, length, and depth of the box, and then the weight. And then once you gave it that, it gave you the printout or whatever. You would just print it, stick it on the envelope. Back then they gave you those big clear like envelopes to stick on the boxes. And then, yeah, all I had to do is take it to the nearest mailbox store. It doesn't matter even what kind of mailbox store it was. Just leave them there, and then they would be gone. But I figure it's got to be similar. I just have to get back in the swing of it or whatever.
Yep, we just print them up, and then 24 hours a day you can drop them in the little drop box at the post office.
That's what I was thinking, too, is I could take them over there whenever, not have to wait in line or nothing, just drop them in that robot, and then done.
Up to a certain size, of course.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I'm not doing
jammed it
anything
up
too
the other
bad.
day with a big old box. Pretty awesome.
It's like the night crew is punching in. Almost everybody's here. Except for DB. He's a gun hater. I think after the last chat we talked him out of carrying a light with his gun, and it was just no more fun after that.
Chris will be here in the next hour or two, yeah. Good guy for me.
Anybody watch Jaeger's chat earlier?
Yeah, I got the end of it.
The first 5 minutes.
If we can get someone to watch the middle, we can have almost the whole chat.
Exactly, then we could almost talk about the entire thing. I only watched the first 10 minutes or something myself.
I was going to watch it after you guys go to bed.
It's kind of creepy.
Although it's funny because I knew exactly what he meant, because like this is just a part of my knife.
He keeps texting you like, "Are you sleeping yet?" No, I can't watch it yet. Hold on.
I think there's
I meant after
one.
this chat ends, smart ass.
Yeah, I've got things to do tomorrow. If you could go to sleep, that'd be great, because I'd like to watch this before I have to wake up. All right, well, I didn't realize I was going to kill the chat.
Sorry, I'm reading.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm reading too. I just found my dream car.
I'm trying to chat in Braille.
Okay, Six String, what did you think?
Well, on
Either
that
Isis
note,
flagged out or
I'm gonna
not
jump
enough.
out for. I'm gonna jump out for a bit. I might be back on later though. We'll talk to you guys later.
What's the topic of this one?
Figure.
This is lobby. You mean what? What was the topic of what?
Oh, I thought that was. I didn't realize this. I just clicked the link in the last one. I didn't realize this was a lobby.
This is a lobby.
So-
Stone Guys was accessories. It kind of went from gun accessories into gear. It kind of went wild. That was
I
the
cut the last
topical
hour or
chat
so on that
earlier.
one.
Before that, it
I
was
think.
one with Tony for a minute or two, and then it was Jaeger chat for an hour before that. All right, I'll be back.
Cool.
Maybe.
Later. Maybe.
And this thing's street legal too. This is amazing. I put a link in. I think it's so cool.
Yes, you too can get 3 miles to the gallon.
Well,
As long as you have fun doing it.
I bet you this thing gets better mileage than that. It's probably a diesel.
1944 would have been gas. Unless it was German. We didn't have a lot of diesels. Judging. Because the stuff's in English from what I see. No, that is cool though. Yeah, it's a straight, it's an inline, whatever it is. Looks like 6 spark plugs. So no, that would get terrible fuel economy. But that's not what it's designed for. So
It's gas.
all good.
I just read it's a 6-cylinder. That's all it says, a 6-cylinder, 87 horsepower.
87. Oof. It looks badass though. Looks like it take shots to everything except 50 and up, looks like.
Yeah.
Maybe 50 is in the front. Because I doubt that's AR. Either way, no, that's pretty cool.
Wow, this says there's only 20 to known to exist. There's only 20 left known to exist. Because I used them all for target practice in the 60s.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go make dinner.
Damn, right when Mark left, I was about to ask him a question. What's up, DB? Stop faking. I think Huck is gone again. Who else is here? Sean.
Yeah, I'm just working.
Oh yeah. Hey, so how much longer do you expect like these fire regulations to be in your neighborhood still?
Oh, I don't know, middle of September.
But isn't it
Maybe.
right now like is right now the rainy season for you as well, or just for like G-Webs?
It's
He's talking about
just
getting-
starting. We just got our first rains.
He's talking about thunderstorms.
Yeah, it's been raining for about 2 days now, thunder and lightning and everything.
Really?
Yeah, we were raiding out all the NASCAR races here all weekend in Daytona, and then today was pretty nice. Sucks.
Today felt like Florida. Today was like 98 degrees, 80% humidity.
Yeah, that sounds like Florida. I'm sitting here right now trying to decide on what our next giveaway gun's going to be. I'm going back and forth between giving away another AR-15 and doing kind of like an EDC package.
Damn, y'all give away that much? I was about to say just do like the shield, like no safety.
No, beginning of the year we gave away a pretty nice AR-15 custom rigged.
Okay, so you don't do it every month?
No, we do it like twice a year.
Okay.
Then right now I'm trying to decide if I'm going to give away an AR-15 or if I'm going to do like, a little EDC package, knife, flashlight, holster, and concealed carry pistol. I'm kind of on the fence deciding which one to do.
Let me see, who else is out here?
Ain't nobody out here.
Are you swelling?
All right, tell me, which one would you guys rather like be in a contest to win? An AR or like a little EDC package, maybe like a Shield 40?
Or HK.
I was gonna say.
What kind of AR?
P30 LEM trigger or something?
Yeah. I'm kind of capping this thing around $1,000.
Oh, dude, AR, man. I just was looking today. A Colt 6920 with Magpul furniture and a Magpul flip-up rear, brand new, Tombstone Tactical, $860 with free shipping. Unfucking believable.
I would take it without all the Magpul shit.
Well, dude, otherwise it comes with like a Rogers stock in the rear, and then like a real crappy.
That's fine, but you could probably get it for like $50 less though.
No, it's more money. That's the thing.
Really?
For some reason, the desert, like the tan version of the Magpul 6920, is on sale like everywhere. It's on sale. It's on sale every single place. I don't know, like if it's discontinued or what, but that's factory. It's the way it came. So I'd rather have in $1,000. I'd rather like join a raffle to win an AR than a bunch of smaller stuff.
Yeah. As long as it's the right AR, you know what I'm saying? So something like a Colt like that makes it the right AR versus like, I don't know, you want to win a DPMS or a Shield.
All right. Well, what about like a Smith & Wesson M&P Tactical?
Yeah, I'll take that for sure.
I'll take that.
Over like a handgun and some other stuff, like a packaged EDC stuff.
Because we've actually got one, sitting on the shelf right now. It's an M&P Tactical. It's got an FSC muzzle brake, a Geisley SSA trigger.
It's got a Geisley trigger. You're slicing it.
That's nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, I'm not giving away a crap gun. The last one we gave away went to a police sergeant, and it's his new patrol rifle.
Oh, sweet. It's time for me to re-up. Georgia Carry. They just emailed me. I got to re-up my membership. They do cool stuff.
Yeah, Georgia Carry, they're good guys, man. We talk to them all the time.
Been a member for like 4 years. Just proud to say I'm a member of something. Besides being a member of, I guess that's it. It's the only membership. Well, the NRA.
You got your
NRA
GSS up too.
Gun channels, man.
Yeah, gun channels. I'm proud to say I'm a member of gun channels. GSSF.
Well, it's like this right now. As far as people really doing like state litigation, it's Florida Carry, Georgia Carry, and the Cal Guns guys.
Oh man, Cal Guns and you guys are awesome, man. Fuck yeah. I'm a member of like what is it?
Georgia
Cal
Carry,
Guns?
I mean, great guys. They've they do a hell of a job in the legislature. Problem is they go in, they lose a lawsuit, and then they get good legislation passed, but then we're kind of still stuck with a bad lawsuit in federal court where they lost a case.
I like to
gave
thank
them the
them for a lot of
opportunity
stuff.
to go pass legislation because they get.
I'd like to thank them for the right to carry on a subway here where I live.
That's tight. You
All right.
couldn't do
Well,
that.
and that was one of those
big
cases.
time, baby.
You couldn't do that before though. But I mean, like I figure like
Yeah,
you
right
have
on
the
the
right to carry.
subway, dude. Get
No,
on the
but-
subway.
But think about it. I mean, like if you have the right to carry, why wouldn't you have the right to carry on the subway?
Well, that's something they got through, I think. Also,
Well,
the
yeah,
state
and
parks.
that was one of those kind
But
of
could you not
problematic
before,
things
though?
because they went to the
Yeah.
appellate court. Yeah, they went to the appellate court with the mass transit case, and they lost it. And then they went to the legislature and got it fixed and got it. But now I've got an 11th Circuit decision that says that you can ban guns on mass transit that I've got to deal with here in Florida.
Oh, so right now in Florida, you can't jump on a subway. I don't know. Does Miami even have a
I
subway?
can here because we've taken care of it through the legislature as well.
Oh, okay.
But it's like
It forces to create another law.
I get frustrated because they're doing great stuff, but they need to consult with our lawyers a little bit before they file stuff in the federal appellate courts because it affects us too.
Well, they put a lot of pressure on this new bill we had passed. I forgot, HB 60, whatever the hell it was. Congratulations
and
to the
that thing
state.
was outstanding.
Yeah, it's
that was
incredible.
an outstanding bill.
And they had a lot to do with the pressure, so.
Oh yeah, no, that was totally Georgia Carry.
Hey, dude, is your subway underground or is it above ground?
We got it all, baby. Elevated, underground, in the woods. Like this goes into a trolley. And then eventually you'll transfer to a horse and buggy, and then you go right back to the.
And then you go to your butcher shop and you pick up your half-dead cow and you just hunk it over your back back on the train.
Yeah, it's not like the L train in New York. It's like, it's all over the place. But no, I mean, dude, it's awesome. I mean, buses,
Eventually,
trains.
you're like out there with a rope in your mouth pulling the cart, right?
Yeah, you get the transfer pass to like jump on the horse and buggy. Dude, it's the South, man. It's crazy. You know, I mean, we're lucky we have a subway. I know I had a relative who actually worked on the subway here where I live in I think it was like the late 80s. Like, I don't even think their subway system's very old. Like, it's, it's not like New York or someplace where they've had it for a long time. But anyway, there's other things
down
like
in Miami. We had this council person down in Miami, like, oh yeah, Miami should have a subway system. Like, you mean an underground river system? You can't build a subway in Miami.
Elevated. Do it like Disney World, like all elevated mag trains.
Yeah, you can totally do that. But she was like, oh yeah, we should be building a subway system.
Oh yeah.
No.
Yeah, no, you don't want to do that. But like, I'd say it's probably most of it is probably above ground. It's only the little part of the metropolitan urban underground system is a very small part of it. What else do you got
and that's
here?
the thing. They do have above ground rail, and they've got all kind of mass transit stuff there.
Airport
in Miami. She was just
what about the airport?
Talking out her ass.
Georgia Carey with the airport. I mean, that was big. That was big time, man. Big time.
That was another case that they brought to the court. They lost in the court, and then that gave them the traction they needed to win the legislature. But there again, I've got a federal court case that's a problem.
Okay, but look, even before this bill that just passed, you were still able to go pick up a friend or whatever at an airport, wait at that line, and not worry about, getting raped in prison for the rest of your life. You could take your gun and pick up your friends and family at the airport, go inside the airport, and you don't cross that line.
That was
been like that for
ago.
5 years now.
Well, yeah, and that's because of Georgia Carey. 5 years ago, you couldn't.
I know, but with the new bill, that's
took care of that.
I got to look it up again. But like the new bill that just passed, like this year, it included the airport thing in the bill. Like it maybe even it even made it more like you could go deeper into the airport. I'm not sure.
Right. Which they had taken care of part of that in the legislature. Like I say, about 5 years ago. And then they got more with the new bill. I mean, the new bill was just outstanding work.
Oh yeah, that thing is incredible, dude. It's like a new Second Amendment. Like it's like Second Amendment plus.
And that's really one of the problems that we had here in Florida is, you cannot carry into an airport terminal here in Florida.
State parks, dude. So the state parks thing was huge, man. Because think about it. You go to a state park. That's where those scoundrels are at, dude. Like that's where something bad could happen to you there.
Yeah,
and you couldn't carry for a long time.
We've had state parks for a long time. Really, the only thing Florida doesn't have is open carry, airport carry, and like knife preemption. Those are the three biggest things that we need. And of course, Georgia's licensed open carry, right?
Yeah. You need. Well, you know what? I think it's strange, dude, because I've met people at gun shows. I guess certain counties it's okay to open carry without a permit, but like in the city, I know in the city of Atlanta, you have to have a carry permit to open carry, and I think for the state, for the most part, I don't know if certain counties have like weird exemptions or something. I don't know. I've met people who did not have a carry permit and were open carry.
Look, if the local sheriff is just like, hey, I'm pro Second Amendment, and I don't think you should have to have a license, then it is what it is. They're not enforcing it. Here, our sheriffs, well, universally, with a couple of rare exceptions, suck.
I've definitely met a couple of people at gun shows that were open carry and they didn't have their permit. And I'm like, wow, I didn't even say anything. I'm like, okay. I thought under the state rules is carry permit and you can open carry. No carry permit, you can't carry at all.
Right, but here we get into some of the constitutional problems on that. What if you're indigent and you can't afford a carry license? you
Mhm.
lose your right to bear arms.
Yeah, I mean, it is like I think it's like 60
And
bucks,
we've
70 bucks.
got a lawsuit going down here to try and answer that stuff right now, and hopefully we'll get to the decision sometime soon.
Yeah, you get into weird positions. It's like I know like the family members that I did have that came here and worked on the subway system told me that when they were here in like the late 80s, early 90s, that it was an open carry state at that point. You could open carry all you wanted without a permit. It was fine. But in those days are over. It's all good though. I mean, we have good laws, pretty much, so can't complain.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I remember when I first moved here a few years ago and would go to a gun shop, and I'd ask the guy working at a gun shop, I want to buy a gun. Do I need a permit? They'd be like, no, you don't need a permit. And actually, you know what? I don't recommend you get one, because if you're going to spend most of your time in your car and you're going to pull your car up to your house and you're going to get up into your house, and this whole time you could be carrying, and you never really need a permit unless you're like walking your dog like far away from your house and stuff. And like
Somebody told you that?
yeah, a guy at a gun shop, and I asked him like, okay, well, so what is the negative? He's like, well, the negative is you have a permit, so it's first of all it's a pain in the ass. Second of all, it's like they know you got a permit. I'm like,
Hey,
what?
Hey, but does your state have a wait period, like if you don't have a permit?
No.
Okay. Doesn't Florida have that?
Yeah, we've got a 3-day wait for handguns, and in certain counties, they have up to a 5-day wait on both handguns and long guns.
All long guns, or just certain like assault featured long
All
guns?
all long guns.
Okay. Yeah, see, we got a 7-day and a 2-day, and when you could get ARs were under the 7-day. But now, since you can get H bars are like, actually no, I'm sorry, shotguns are cash and carry. And now since you can get H bars, the only thing close to an AR that you can get, that's cash and carry now too.
What do you mean H bar? I mean H bar means heavy barrel.
Yeah, so we can have an AR as long as it has a heavy barrel.
Well, because those H bars don't have muzzle flashes and stuff.
No, you can
muzzle
still put
flash
that
hiders.
on there. You can still put
Oh,
that
yeah?
on there. It's real funny how that shit works, yeah. If
Yeah,
you pin it,
because
if you pin it
an
on
H
there,
bar is just literally a thicker barrel. There's no other difference in features.
Well, I thought
Exactly.
they come with a fixed rear stock, like pretty
the
much
fact
like
that
a rifle
the
stock.
fact that it's a heavy barrel, and I don't think you could put a bayonet on it, I think is the one feature that lets it fly. Because you have to have like a certain number of features or whatever. I'm not sure how it works, but trust me, there's plenty of shops out here that have nothing but H bars fully decked out,
That's fucking awesome.
and it's cash
That
and
is the
carry.
most arbitrary bullshit law I've ever heard of.
H bar loophole, dude. I'm for it. I'm for the H bar loophole.
But the only thing is, it reduces you just to an AR model, and it has to stay in H bar.
See, I am all for getting rid of bullshit arbitrary laws.
I'm with you, dude. I'm just saying,
So,
if I live there,
yes, you should be able to have an H bar or a pencil barrel or an M4 profile barrel or whatever the hell barrel you want to have on the gun. It doesn't change the function of the firearm.
I look at it like occupied territory. Like you're behind enemy lines, and if they're like, you can't have 6920, but you can have a Colt H bar, I'm taking the H bar. I mean, I'm behind, enemy lines. I'll take what I can get here. It's sad, but what are you gonna do?
And ironically, I kind of tend to get the heavy barrel ones because, well, I like the additional rigidity and heat dissipation of an H bar.
I mean, to me, it makes the law makes absolutely no sense. It's silly and stupid. It's like you can't have an 870, but you can have a 500. A Mossberg 500. Can't have a Remington.
Really?
It's like sort of like that. Like, okay, I'll take I'll take what I can get here. Otherwise, it's time to move or vote. I mean, there's nothing you can do. We've already had this conversation about moving. A lot of people can't move. It's expensive to move, family members, whatever it is, school, work. You can't move, man. You just got to take what you can get.
It's like this. I won't live north of Interstate 10 or west of Texas.
Yeah, but like me, I was born up north, and I was, that's it. I mean, I could have all my friends stayed up there. Not many people moved. If they did move, it was to like New Jersey, from New York to New Jersey.
New Jersey.
You know what I mean? It's like, okay, you moved to New Jersey, great.
You can tell when you get in New Jersey because you can fucking smell it.
You know what's awesome is people who move from New York to New Jersey still pay New York City income tax if they work in the city.
If they work in the city, that's funny.
Yeah, they pay like New York City income tax and New Jersey state income tax and federal income tax.
Well, that's okay. In New Jersey, the bullets just bounce off because they outlaw hollow points, right?
Oh yeah, yep. They're fucked. They're super fucked. Not soon come change, I guess, one day. Maybe Supreme Court someday. Somebody will say this is all bullshit in a couple hundred years. Until then, I'll take the H-bar. You're so lucky that the H-bar is there. Like, because they didn't mention it by name. It's probably the only loophole that was there. Exactly. They didn't actually mention it.
I wonder how the hell they got that one exempted.
It's not even. They forgot to mention it when they passed the law. Like, I know the New York State law is the SAFE Act. What was Maryland's? Did Maryland's have a catchy name?
It was a SAFE Act too.
Oh, so Maryland SAFE Act. I mean, so whoever did, they just forgot to mention H-bar. That's. I remember when Feinstein.
Yeah,
when Feinstein's list came out,
would be like issuing guns to everyone over 18.
Remember when Feinstein's list came out, like her proposed bill? It had lists of hundreds of guns, like hundreds. And if you went through it, it was like certain guns weren't there. Like, I don't think the Tavor was there.
No, see, that's the funny thing. We can actually have a Tavor. The only thing is that there's another requirement of like overall, I don't know what, 29 inches in length. So Tavor doesn't make it based on length. So if you get this retarded looking flash hider, you can
fake suppressor.
Yeah.
a pinned welded can on there.
It looks like a booster. Like those like cone boosters that AK has, like not like the Crink one, but like the actual like deep dish looking one.
I'll take it.
You put something like that on a Tavor.
Unless it's that ugly ass that ugly ass break that who's making that? SIG's making, and they say it's a suppressor.
I hate that one. I mean, that's like that long tube, right? I mean, they're kind of pushing the limit.
It's literally this open skeleton muzzle brake.
Oh, right. Okay, yeah, I saw that too.
And they're like, oh, well, if you put a tube over it that has a serial number and an NFA registration, then it becomes a suppressor. Therefore, it's a suppressor.
It's the baffles.
Well, no, the other part's the serial numbered part.
Yeah, it's the baffles, right? That's what they call it, right? It's like just the baffles.
I mean, that's pretty much what it is. It's a open set of baffles.
What caliber is it?
I'll give it to Ron Cohen, man. They're pushing the limit. Like, they really are. They really are. They really are doing their thing in terms of pushing the boundaries as far as possible. Yeah, I mean,
that's
crazy.
That's like the forearm stabilizing brake.
Mm-hmm. They're really genius for that, and I shit on SIG all the time and Ron Cohen all the time, but man, I give them so much respect for that because who else is doing that? No one else was doing that.
Oh yeah, I mean, look, I always loved SIG until they quit making them in Germany, but I'm old, I guess.
I mean, I used to dream of a Kimber until like the shit just hit the fan over there, and then I used to, dream of a SIG until the same guy who shitted on Kimber went over to SIG and made their shit, like, they were pushing out rainbow guns, the steel plate, 226, the desert, like, they're just doing the craziest shit just to make a profit. But I'll tell you, I said this the other night, he turns companies around. So if he didn't take over SIG and start making, like, the MK-25 Navy SEAL and the rainbow gun and the steel plate version and 30,000 versions of everything. They started making rifles when he took over. They never were going to make an AR, you know. He turns gun companies profitable at the expense of quality control because they just start cranking them out, you know.
Oh yeah, well it's like I've got a SIG 938. I carry it quite often, but the thing is, when I first got the thing, I had to spend a day and a half with the thing taken apart in a Dremel tool to really get it right. Plus the aftermarket trigger and all kind of stuff. But it's like,
that's what it is.
This is all, and I'm going through this gun and I'm getting it set up, and it's just like, this is all stuff that I should not have to be doing. The thing should come with the steel trigger, not this piece of plastic bullshit that's on it, you know?
Even that gun is pretty much John Moses Browning, or it's not even, it's like a Mustang, right? It's like a Colt Mustang version.
It is. I mean, the parts are mostly interchangeable with Colt Mustang.
So it's not something completely original. I love the P-Series guns, 220, 226, 228, whatever. Those are like the classics to me. But they did everything they could to make that gun profitable by, I've talked to like SIG armors and shit, and they outsourced every single part and spring they could. They just started outsourcing the stuff. And even the magazines, like they found a cheaper magazine manufacturer. Anything they could do to make it cheaper and profitable, they did.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like back in '92, I got a 228, and that thing was just like ran like a top. It was a great gun. It was really like one of the first real like concealed carry guns on the market. It gave up 2 rounds in order to have a much smaller package, and I consider it one of the first modern concealed carry guns.
One of my favorite SIGs. I know my stepdad has a SIG that's from, I think, like 87 or something. It's like one of the first 226s with the American magazine release button instead of the European bottom latch. Yeah, it's like my dream gun.
Oh yeah, and those 226s, I mean, that was a full-on go-to-war gun that was made like a Swiss watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I love SIGs. I mean, even today. But I mean, what was I going to say? Oh, the other day I saw the SIG 226 Mark 25. Right when those guns came out a couple of years ago, they were like easily every single time would be over $1,000, like 1,100, 1,050, whatever. I see them now online for like 780, 790. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, and that was people paying for what?
The name.
One of those funky barcodes on the side.
Well, yeah, that was one of the cool things, is that it had the funky sticker that you take off, but it had a chrome lined barrel, and they had phosphate coated internals. And like the rumor online, like it was like basically it had an extra step of quality control because they had to make the gun, then they had to disassemble the gun, then they had to chrome line the barrel and phosphate the internals, put the gun back together, and shoot it and test it and put it in a box. So if you did buy one of those guns, people were saying, well, if you were going to buy a SIG now, made in America, 100% made in America, that's the one to get, because it's like it's been checked out twice, as the other guns are just checked out once, But anyway, I mean, what can you do? I bought one of those M11s. It was a complete lemon, dude. Like within 50 rounds, my gun was just a paperweight.
Is that the one that blew up on you?
It didn't blow up. Like the decocker just wasn't working. Like the decocker would decock the hammer, but then it wouldn't reset the trigger. So.
Yeah, I'll stick with my Croatian Springfields.
Oh yeah, dude, it was crazy. And then, like, what's my personal experience was 2 brand new SIGs, both of them over $1,000, within 2.5 years. Both of them out of the box within 50 rounds, completely were lemons. I bought a 226, fresh out of the box, cleaned it, lubed it, shot about and the extractor, the external extractor on the 226s, then it blew out of the gun. The pin that held it there blew out. The spring, it was completely, everything was gone. So it became a one-shot gun, and one shot by, like, you couldn't pull the slide back and then, like, load another round. You'd have to, like, pull a pocket knife out, get that spent brass out. You know, it was a joke. And I sent it back to SIG, and I'll never forget, customer service guy, I was so pissed. I was so pissed. And the guys at the gun shop were like, "We've never seen a SIG fail." I'm like, okay, whatever. You know, me neither, you know? So I called SIG, and the guy was like laughing, kind of giggling, and was like, "Well, aren't you glad that happened at the range and not, like, in a serious situation or something?" And I was like, "Yeah, I'm real glad." And I sent it back, and it took about 3 or 4 weeks, and he sent that gun back to me, and I traded it in the day I got it back. I didn't even test fire it. I was like, I'm trading it in.
What SIG is this?
It was a 226 with the rail, 226R with night sights. Yeah, I paid like fucking a lot for it. I didn't get a good deal. I bought it locally. I didn't buy it online. Yeah. This was like 2000 and I want to say this was like 2011, and then like in 2012, 2013, I bought that 228, and same shit right out of the box. I cleaned it, lubed it, brought it to the range, put like I think 30 or 40 rounds through it right away. I decocked the hammer. Hammer drops. Trigger doesn't reset. Rack the slide. Do it again. I could shoot the weapon if I pulled the trigger back manually, like pulled it forward to reset it. Then it would shoot. I was so mad. When I sent it back to them, they were like, "We apologize. That gun should have never left the factory. The hole where the spring is supposed to go into was like way too big. Because on the frame, there's like a tiny hole where the spring fits into. If you ever look at the SIG, the decocker spring and the trigger return spring, they're like paper clips. They look like tiny paper clips. And they fit into the frame in these little tiny holes. But anyway, took them 2 months almost to give me a new gun. And finally I was like, "Yo, dude, I just want a different gun. Just send me anything you have in stock." And then after that, I wrote them off. I'll never buy a new one. That's my little story there, to shit on them. I'm sure 10 people are watching, and they don't give a fuck, so it's cool.
Yeah, well, somebody's got to share a story about if if a 226 failed or not. So people think highly of that gun.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I'm sure when they fixed it, I'm sure they did. You know, I'm sure that one that they fixed and they sent back to me, I'm sure it would have fucking ran like a top. It just pissed me off, and then it took me like an entire year to be like, I'll give him a second chance. And then, boom, right out of the box, piece of shit. I got video proof, of that shit. And then I showed it around that gun shop. Once again, everyone was like, "That's unbelievable," It's like, no, it's not. Yep. What's up, Chris?
Not much. Just went shooting last week on the 4th, and then I'm just taking a break from shooting for a bit.
Yeah. I haven't been shooting in months, probably 2 months, 3 months.
I haven't been shooting much. Yeah, it's been about a month and a half, 2 months maybe.
Well, I just pretty much field tested my gluing job on my on that PAP pistol and for the rail, and it fell from on the concrete table to the ground, and it held. So, well, that's good enough for me.
Did you purposely field test it, or was that just an accident that happened?
It was an accident.
And you're counting it as a field test. That's a good one, though. It's good to get it done.
Hey, it fell to the concrete, and it didn't loosen up. So I'm not going
to test.
Yep.
Look, you want a field test, give it to a platoon of infantry for about a month. See if it comes back alive.
What's up with that break you got? How do you like? What break did you put up? I watched your channel.
That was a what do you call, I got a CNC Warrior muzzle brake adapter for it, so I can use like 14x1 left-handed brakes on it that goes on AKs. And it's good. I mean, my PAP's very accurate. I got it to go have very tight groups and all. However, there's no detent on it for the brake itself, so the brake itself will tend to try to spin out after a few rounds. So I have to keep either retightening it, or one day I have to find the brake I really want to put on there, and then red Loctite it permanently.
Yeah, you'll see. I'm mad that I got rid of my PAP because I knew this was going to happen. I knew they were going to dry up and they were going to go away, and then one day they'll be double in value. At least. I mean, $3.99 and they're gone. So I'm sure in a few years people will be like, "Oh man, PAP! I'll buy your PAP for $7.50, man."
They're gone now. Yeah, J&G Sales has sold all their stock. They have a few stock that they're not advertising. They're only selling in store. So.
Well, they know because they call Century. Like I can call Century tomorrow and ask them, but I'm sure the answer will be the same. They'll be like, "Yep, they're gone. Like we're on to something else." Like.
They replaced them with what do you call this? They replaced them with Dracos.
No
and then people are waiting for that price to go down.
I don't like the Draco, like the PAP.
I like the Draco because it's actually, I don't know.
It's too Hollywood looking to me.
It's a little sloppier,
Shorter barrel.
Well, let me get a link here on the Draco because.
What are the Dracos going for? You said like
$459.
No brace.
$450 without the brace.
One of the best things about the PAP was the barrel length and the gas tube length and everything was like correct spec to run reliable. I don't know. I guess the Dracos do too, but like when I was talking about it to somebody who knew what the fuck they were talking about, he was like, "Yeah, I wouldn't get an AK pistol shorter than the PAP. Like it's not gonna the ballistics. You lose a lot of ballistics, and it's I don't know."
What kind of ballistics are you looking for out of an AK pistol, dude?
Well, no. Well, the PAP with a SIG brace is basically going to be effective out to like, I don't know, 200 yards.
Correct.
But I'm not sure. Like if it cuts it down to 50%, shit, it's a Draco, man. It's still cool.
Depends on what you call effective.
Yeah, effective would be ringing a piece of steel like, beer, vibrating, doing. This shit is shaking like cerebral palsy.
So here it is, right there. That's the Draco. It's like 2.5 inches shorter on the barrel than the PAP.
Okay.
And it's got standard muzzle. It's got what do they call this? Yeah, it has a standard sights on it, but that's a very short sight radius. That's the one thing I don't like about it.
The other thing is, who makes it? Is it the Zastava plant or no?
It doesn't say. It's Romanian, so maybe it's Zastava, but I don't see any.
No, Romanian is different.
Manufactured for CAI by Sugir.
Yeah,
Sugir.
So Romanian, I guess.
It's Sugir, yeah.
But that's the other thing is that the Zastava plant had a history of making like hardcore, tank-like builds. I guess like Yugos are the best. Yugo AK, Yugo, and I never heard anybody say like Romanian AKs are awesome. Like they make the best AKs. But I heard like even the Haas USMC one day did the video about his Yugo and was like, this to me the Yugo is like the ultimate AK. So the Zastava plant had probably a little bit more prestige or whatever the fuck. Who cares? I hate AKs anyway.
The good thing about the Yugoslavian place, and those are, those were in what is now Bosnia. They had really good machinists. When we first went in there, I actually met a few of those guys, and we actually hired them to do machining work. They really had some guys that knew what they were doing. Unlike even going to Hungary, and some of those guys just did not have the years of experience.
Mm. Yeah, Yugoslavia had a rich history of.
But still, weapons. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you can't get a PAP, I mean, like, no one's gonna be like, "Oh, you got the wrong joint by getting a Draco."
You know what I'm saying? Of course, those were a bunch of people that just wanted to kill each other and have us leave them alone.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, the Draco looks so much short. It might only be 2 or 3 inches shorter, but damn, it looks weird to me.
Well, it looks shorter because it doesn't have that crank muzzle brake too. So you're talking 2-3 inches off the barrel, plus another what does that J&G picture have? Doesn't it have like a slant brake or something? No, it has like a half size flash hider.
Yep, it's a M16 brake.
Yeah.
Fuck all that Chechenian shit, dude.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I like Glocks.
Now, I just went a little nuts and ordered one of these Core 30 TAC LR rifles. It should be here hopefully later this week. And see if I can get any accuracy out of that thing.
Dude, you get a Draco and you put a drum on it and you stick it under your North Face and you'll be alright.
There you go. That's truly gangster shit right there.
I can totally hit anything with that I could hit with a slingshot.
I sold my guns today to get this Emerson. Check this out.
You sold an Arsenal?
Yeah, I sold everything. Check this fucking Emerson.
Wait, what'd you sell?
I like the edge on that joint.
Look at that fucking tip, dude. Look at this knife. Suck it.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alright, cool.
Look at this tip, man.
I told you he was lying the whole time.
What I do, it's a pain in the ass, man.
Aww.
Watch me cut my thumb off.
Usually like it when your ass hurts.
Hey, so ATF is not letting SIG release the MPX with that muzzle brake. That can be a suppressor.
Mm.
They're disallowed it. That's why we haven't seen the MPX yet.
Yeah, I heard it. So they're suing them.
Yeah, the ATF said no, you can't do that.
Well,
we were talking about that a minute ago. It's just so much bullshit.
I give SIG credit, man, because they're pushing the boundaries like no other gun company right now.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
So they're disallowing that because the muzzle brake can be suppressed, or?
It's like a fucking baffle, dude. They came out with a barrel that had like
inch compensators.
It's a fucking. It's like this. It's like a suppressor if you took the cover off of it.
Yeah, it's like
literally they for the suppressor for that gun they sell a tube that threads onto it, and it's just a blank tube, and they serial numbered the tube and said this is the suppressor.
But you know what's funny? Because that could also hurt a lot. There's another suppressor company, I can't remember the name, but I know they make a suppressor where the actual serialized part is the actual like can on the outside, and not like the baffles.
You're thinking about Silencer Co, and they've had no problems with their
exactly. So so if they're gonna make that, I guess each one can lean on each other, but a bad outcome could fuck either one.
Well,
and then what's it called? Surefire has a new suppressor they're doing for 22, and they're not serializing anything that contains the baffles. The baffles are all completely interchangeable and everything. But it's just they're trying to crack down on suppressors, And I go back to the old analogy of the the solvent tank drain. If you have a gun and a solvent tank drain, then you're in and a oil filter on your car, you're in constructive possession of a suppressor. Because you might be able to thread that adapter onto your barrel, and then you can take the oil filter off of your car, and now you've got a suppressor.
No, it's a solvent trap. So this was
I saw the other day. I know they were talking about this in the chat the other day, but Glock has come out with 17s, 19s, I think 23s and 22s, but I know I saw a 17 and a 19 with threaded barrel and suppressor sights. Like, that's how they come, and they weren't like much more money than the regular version. It was pretty cool. And the suppressor sights were steel. They weren't plastic. They weren't night sights or anything, but they were definitely steel with almost like a day-glow green.
Must have been Georgia-built guns.
Oh no! Well, no, I don't think so. They didn't say USA on them. No,
really?
No, yeah. Because this is a new model number. Like, this is a new SKU for them. It's like I forgot what the name was, but it's definitely like something that they're coming out with for everybody to have.
I'm just wondering how they imported them with the stupid sporting purpose thing.
Well, I guess they still have that stupid target trigger with the lines in it that everyone hates.
I don't mind the lines. I just hate the shape.
I like the smooth face trigger. Definitely.
See, I like I like the rib trigger, but I want it to have a flat front face on it. Still got the ridges, but a flat profile. Well, like the XDs and the XDMs. But
couldn't it? Well, yeah, I like that too. But couldn't they have just like made it in Austria and then put it together like and just like assemble it here? No?
Nah, ATF cracked down on that back in the 80s because that's what people started doing. And I think it was like 88 or 89. They said, okay, no more bringing in guns as parts kits and then assembling them.
Man, the ATF pisses me off.
Yeah, so I think I saw them. I think they were $560 when I saw them last week with the suppressor sights that were steel and the threaded barrel, and then the same gun shop was selling the regular version with the plastic sights for like $4.99. So it almost makes it worth it just to get steel sights, even though their suppressor height is pretty cool.
Yeah, I don't know. I keep staring at those FNX tactical 45s with the suppressor sights and the drilled out piece for the RMR and the threaded barrel, and drooling a little bit.
Hey DB, if you could get one gun with an RMR on it, which one would it be? And would you get one that's already cut for it, or would you get something and then have it cut?
I don't know. I'd probably have to have it cut. But I mean, the FNX, I can only think of two that come cut, and it's the M&P Core and the FNX. I like that FNX, though.
I dig that FNX, and I hate everything in 45, but I dig that FNX.
I like it a lot. Yeah, I do.
If they would make that FNX and the FNS striker fired, but everything else the same, just change it to the striker fire system, you wouldn't be able to stop me from breaking up my wallet.
Yeah.
And my wife would be pissed.
But yeah, for me, because I'm just like a Glock dude, I'd probably just do what I think would be the ultimate would be like, for me, no shit, because this isn't something like that would be a go-to thing anyway. But like either a 17, right? But maybe a 20, like a 10 millimeter with the be like make the ultimate hog pistol, like on some fucking
20.
They do that. I mean, they hunt hogs with 10 millimeter Glock pistol.
Well, you said 20.
No, the Glock 20. The
Yeah, it's Glock
Oh, Glock 20. Okay.
the 10 mil. Ted Nugent.
Yeah,
shit.
I just cannot wrap my head around Glocks. I've tried them many times. I've shot them many times. I shoot them well. I just don't like them. The profile's wrong. I mean, I have a Glock 30S. It's by all measures, a great gun, except it feels like a piece of shit in my hands.
Yeah, I'm lucky to never have had that problem. I've had a lot of guns, but I've never had that. I guess maybe the first time.
Just objectively pick up a Glock 30S and pick up an M&P, a Springfield XDM 45, 3.8 compact, same size gun, about the same capacities, and the grip just fits your hand so much better.
Yeah.
On the M&P, but a lot of people don't like the grip safety. It doesn't bother me because, I usually plan on shooting the gun with my hand on the handle. But
yeah, say when I first got into guns, I was looking for the safest gun. I've had a lot of guns, but I was looking for the safest possible gun after carrying a Glock and returning it and trading it in at getting nothing for it. And I found, and I wanted the 45 because I thought 9mm was for absolute women. And I got the Springfield XD Service, which was a thumb safety, grip safety, firing pin safety, 45. And
the one with the safety you got?
Yeah, I did. And I thought this was the ultimate in safety. How could it be? It had a trigger safety, grip safety, thumb safety, firing pin safety. It had the striker, a cocked indicator. It had a chamber indicator. This is the ultimate in safe, right? And I like the gun pretty much. I think it had a 13-round mag, and it was fucking badass, dude. I mean, it really was. But I had failures, dude. I had failures to feed, and it might have been me. Yeah, I had failures to feed with it, and it might have been me because I wasn't really used to shooting 45.
I swear to God, you are the first person I have ever heard say that I had failures with an XDM.
Well, it wasn't it wasn't XDM. It was the XD Service
or an XD.
Okay, so I'm not going to say it was like a jam-o-matic, oh God, another failure. Check this out, another one. It was maybe 1 or 2 failures in 100 rounds.
I had one at the beginning.
It was in the beginning. It was a brand new gun, and it just irked me.
I don't count any failure in any gun before I've put a couple hundred rounds through them.
Yeah,
I just really don't.
Yeah, I understand, but I just felt and then what? I would have kept the gun until I started that's when I first started getting into internet forums, and I started seeing things like the grip safety is going to kill you. That would be the headline of a thread, a rock will kill you. A rock will get in that grip safety in a heartbeat.
Yeah, and of course the 1911 didn't serve anyone at all for over 100 years it's been in service.
No, I understand. Okay, another thing that kind of bothered me was that you needed to engage the grip safety to rack the slide back. Anyway, I should have probably kept, if I had enough money in the world, I would have kept every single fucking gun I ever tried out. I would have just kept them anyway. I would have had 100 handguns. But it didn't work out.
I'm kicking my own ass for the Colt Python I let go.
So from there, though, I went to the ultimate in safety, was the Heckler & Koch 45 USP compact. And that had a hammer, so there's no way I'm going to shoot myself. It had a thumb safety and it had a 15-pound double action pull on that first pull. You know what I mean? It was a horrible double action pull. And it was expensive, but I felt
horrible or safe?
It was safe, dude. I said, I was on the quest for the safest handgun, and that was it.
They have a heavy but smooth pull. I mean, I never heard anybody say it was gritty, it was crappy, but it was a heavy pull on those things.
Yeah, it wasn't. It was, but hey, in single action, it wasn't like a 1911 because I had those too. But I would say the single action and a USP was like what? Probably like 6 pounds.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a 6-pound pull on single action. I mean,
in single, yeah. So, yeah, but I love that fucking gun. And you know what? I never had a failure with that gun. And then I had 2 of them. I was like, then I got into that 1 is none, 2 is 1 type of thing. So I had 2 of them, and I was happy. And then I was like, let me try these Glocks again, and shit. Then I realized, you know what? These guns aren't going to shoot.
That trigger on the Glocks just will kill me.
You know what? I mean, I got over the fact that if I had a quality holster, this gun is not going to go off. Like, nothing is going to pull the trigger, And as long as I'm conscious of those toggles on your jacket, like on the side, like windbreakers and shit.
Aren't you worried about your temper pulling the trigger?
No, I'm like a total wuss, dude. I'm a super pacifist. I've been in, no ego here.
Wait. The ex-mayor of New York told me that guns are evil and they just jump off your belt and shoot people, especially children.
No, I really could care less, dude. You can do anything as long as I don't feel like my life is in danger. I'm gonna go home and like, what do they say? A coward dies 1,000 deaths. I'll die those 1,000 deaths, and you'll live that day. But put my life in danger, it might be something else. But no, I'm just saying, like, I was on the quest for the safest handgun, and I just wound up saying, hey, you know what? An M&P, Smith & Wesson M&P, and a Glock is a safe handgun if you have a decent holster. And once I realized that, and my life changed. I was like, wow. Then I had like 2 $900 pistols in .45 caliber, and I was like, wow, I could really probably just trade these in or sell them and get like 5 guns, instead of 2. That's more important to me.
Yeah, it's funny. I talk about it all the time. People talk about, oh yeah, I've got these, I've got this one gun, and I just, carry it all year round, and I just dress around my gun. So yeah, it's 800 degrees and 99.44% humidity, but that's okay. I'm still wearing blue jeans, a Kevlar reinforced belt with a cover garment vest and parka, so that I can hide my gun, because I like carrying my my Glock 41.
Yeah.
I'm just like, bullshit, man. I've got like 8 guns, and I just pick up whatever fits best with what I'm wearing for the day.
Well, I used to have like family members that were like drug addicts and junkies, you can call them, or whatever. And I talked to like one of my family members, and they were like, yeah, you'll never help them, because a lot of the thing about addiction and the drug stuff and being a junkie, it's not so much having the drugs and getting high. A lot of it has to do with going out and getting the drugs, and that's part of the fun of it. It's like part of it all, is going out and getting the drugs. And it's sort of like gun stuff. If you get addicted to this kind of like thing, of like, I'm looking for the perfect pistol, it'll never happen. But part of the fun in this whole thing is like that search for the perfect gun,
I would bring a DB. It's like, once I got the 2022, I'm glad I got it, but the anticipation and the search of getting it, it's
fun.
Part of the buy.
Yeah, it was fun when I was smoking the guns, but once I started to mainline them, then it just became a
4 a.m.
nightmare.
Like trying to buy another one.
Then all of a sudden you're like, you know what? This television is not as important.
Exactly. I was selling televisions to pawn shops to buy guns. So
that's part of it.
I was going to call bullshit. I was going to say, I don't know if you can equate that, but look, I traded in a Glock 36, which I tried very much to love, but absolutely hated, on this Glock 30S, and it's just like, I'm sitting here with this Glock 30S, and it's a great gun, it works, but I've got my XDM 3.8 compact in 45, and it's just a better feeling gun to me.
Yeah, nothing will stop that.
Everything that 30S does, plus with the kind of the extension grip on the full size mag, and it's just like I don't know why I have this 30S, except that it's new on the market and I wanted it.
Well, yeah, I mean it supposedly carries, as a Glock, a 45 carries thinner than any other Glock 45. I mean,
yeah, but it doesn't carry any thinner than the XDM. It's like technically it's at the base of the slides a little bit thinner on the XDS than the on the 30S than the XDS, but at the top the XDS is thinner than the 30S, and the balance is way different. The balance is I think a lot better on the XDM. And the I kept saying XDS on the XDM, and the I like the trigger better, and the weights are comparable, and it's just like okay, I'm not, and not to mention the 2x4 feeling of that Glock 30 frame compared to the
like
a little bit more tapered feeling of the
100%.
XDM.
Right. So if you were basically like XDM for me is it. XDM compact for carry, XDM full size for home defense. All my bases are covered. I am completely done. Everything else is going to be like a range toy or something else.
Well,
you found your perfect gun. Like
that plus if I'm in shorts and a t-shirt and don't want to carry the full size, the thicker gun, then I put on an XDS. I was saying that before. That's one thing I was going to say is that once you do find your perfect, pretty much like your perfect carry pistol, your perfect home defense pistol or whatever, you can spend another fucking goddamn half a decade figuring out your perfect like summer t-shirt and shorts, like going to the beach gun. I mean, that could take forever. Like you can go through J-frames, LCPs, LCRs, PPSs, Glock 42s. I mean, you could go to town on that for years to figure out what's going to be good for you. What's going to be your perfect, bug out gun or whatever that's what they call it. But the reason I have that 938, and I put the Car PM9 in the same boat. And if you're really a more of a fan of the striker fire than a 1911 type pattern, then definitely go with the Car. But I've shot a lot of 1911, and I don't feel handicapped by kind of having the two different operating systems on the guns. But I got that because, single stack 9mm, which 9mm for me is the absolute minimum I like to carry, other than my little 22 Magnum that I just think of as a pocket gun anyway. But I like that one for pocket carry. I pocket carry that little 9mm quite often, and it's something that none of the Glocks fit into, none of the XD models fit into. There's not a lot of guns that are that small that really fit that bill, other than the Car, the SIG, and the Keltec. And I had one of the Keltec PF9s, and it was unreliable as hell.
Well, living in Florida, what kind of discount they give you on Keltec?
Not much of one.
Lifetime warranty.
That should be a thing. Like that could be a common sense law I can get behind. Every
regional
gun manufacturer in your state, you get some kind of discount.
Hell yeah!
Now, I gotta say though, when I was pushing some legislation to try and deal with some mag limit stuff, I got a hold of Keltec and I said, "Hey, I need a dummy gun so I can bring into these legislative hearings because we can't bring a rail gun." And
That's cool.
They immediately shipped me out one of their that PM or what
30?
Oh God, yeah, the 22 Magnum that takes 30 rounds.
PMR.
Yeah, PM30.
Yeah.
So that, how was it a dummy gun?
All it was the real gun. They drilled a hole in the receiver so you couldn't put in a hammer.
Cool.
And they sent it to me. It was laser engraved with no gun written on the thing and no serial number on it. And so I'm able to kind of use that as an example gun. Plus, it's nice walking into the legislature and showing this to people and saying, hey, this is a product made here in Florida, and you're talking about magazine limits, and look, this itty-bitty target pistol takes a 30-round magazine. So kudos to the Kel-Tec guys for supporting the right to bear arms.
I say kudos, yeah, and also, yeah, that's for sure. I mean, that's why I like Glock so much, because they do a lot for just sports
Glock
and
is
shooters
another
and
company that, I mean, I know they work with the Cal Guns guys a lot. They've funded cases. Glock does a lot of good stuff. A lot of the other manufacturers really just don't get involved, which is sad considering they're not going to have any sales if we don't have a right to bear arms.
Well, like companies like HK don't give a shit. They don't even make, like, you know, any gun they make is for a contract, and then we just get whatever.
Yeah, well, H&K is only, it's like, you're not military, why do you want our guns for? They serve a specific clientele. So
right.
they're
basically, like, any gun they design and actually make is for a contract.
Guys, I got to call bullshit. Do not discount the power of the American consumer when it comes to gun sales. That is the holy grail, and a lot of these companies, yes, they will fulfill their military contracts first because, well, they feel that they have an obligation to, and often they have a contractual obligation to. But they also know that when the military buys a gun, it means more consumers buy the gun, and that's where they really make their money. There's a reason that Glock gives guns away to police departments, because people find out that the local police are carrying Glocks, and therefore the locals are going to buy Glocks because, well, if the police are using them, they must be great guns.
I think it's because
it was marketing genius.
They just care more.
No, I was going to say, like, just like HK, you don't see them coming out with a pocket pistol 380, you know, for the summer. I mean, it's basically like...
Unless we needed one for war, they wouldn't make one.
Yeah, they're not making things for the American market. They're making things for whatever they're doing, and then we want them because they're cool, and they're overbuilt, and over-engineered, and they work, but...
Yeah,
because they told you want them.
If that 380 Glock had come out as a true single-stack 9mm, and don't make me start on how the Glock 36 is not a single-stack, because it's not.
Well, I forgot what gun channel, what gun YouTube channel, or it might have been like Outdoor Network. They took 4 women and they put out all the 380 pocket pistol, purse guns, whatever.
That sounds like my channel.
They let them shoot all of them, and they fucking hated everything except the Glock 42. And it was, I mean, they rated them on ergonomics, recoil, accuracy. Well, I know, but like I said, like that was a gun made pretty much for the American market, like specifically for women.
You're talking about the Glock 42?
Yeah, that's not made for like a military deal or anything. That was made specifically for concealed carry for women and maybe for men that want to wear like a real T-shirt and shorts, and that's all they could get away with.
You know those like conscripts of child soldiers in Africa? They would probably do good with a 380.
Hell no, dude. Are you kidding? Hell no. They would never shoot a 380. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I'm sure they got Makarovs and stuff for that.
I mean, I doubt they're shooting elephants or whatever.
Jaeger was talking about Smith & Wesson is going to eventually come out with a M&P that's in between the compact and the full size.
I bet.
What?
Yeah, because their M&P 9 is a 12-shot 9mm that might as well be a Glock 19, but they just need 3 extra rounds in that bitch. All they need to do is extend it out a little tiny bit, and they have an M&P that's the exact same size as the Glock 19. And once they do that, Jaeger is going to say, this is it, this is the gun to get. Because he already said that. Like, if they do it, Yeah, he was going to say. He said if the Smith & Wesson M&P 9 compact would change to the same size as a Glock 19 and hold 15 rounds instead of 12, that he would ditch his Glocks. He said this years ago.
Yeah, he emulated that.
I don't like the Glock because of its ergonomics. I like it because of the 34 parts. There's more parts in a Smith, and you have to change the trigger. Well, most people change the trigger out as soon as they get one. So.
Yeah, I don't like the roll pins and shit like that. I don't, and the other thing was like the rear sight. You have to clean out the firing pin safety channel. You have to remove the rear sight and drift it back in. Like, no thanks. I'm good. I'm good with my Glock on that one.
Yeah, I really don't get too wrapped around. Oh, it's got a roll pin in it. Whatever. Look. Somebody tells me the roll pin's unreliable on some of these guns. I'm like, I don't.
No, it's not unreliable. It's just you need to, have an extra roll pin. You can't reuse them, so you better have some extras in your bag, range bag, or whatever. I just like the Glock because I can take it apart and put it back together with no tool and no roll pin, and I don't need to drift my rear sight out.
How often do you really?
Every 1,000 rounds, I'll do it. I'll do it every 1,000 rounds.
Oh,
no
God,
problem,
man.
I don't have to, but I will.
I shoot some brake through a little bit of brake cleaner through the channel, and let it dry out.
You'd be surprised, man.
I'm done.
You'd be surprised how much copper and like little brass shit, like little metal shavings, are in that firing pin channel. And
I'm not surprised. That's what the brake cleaner's for.
Oh, okay. You just spray it in there. I never did that, but I'm just saying, like, I don't mind it. I like it. I like not having to use roll pins and tools and shit. I don't want to drift my rear sight out to clean out that channel. I think that's just like a design flaw, dude. Like, why did they do that? Why didn't they just move the firing pin safety plunger hole a little bit forward? Why are they using the rear sight to hold it down? I don't get it.
So they can clear out the whole hole instead of just
a
cavity.
Like, the XDs have the same thing. They've got the roll pin holding in the striker. I did a course last year. I shot 2,400 rounds in 2 days out of a 45 XD or XDM. My hand was killing me after 2 days of shooting 2,400 rounds. At the end of it, I didn't clean the gun once. At the end of it, I cleaned the gun, put it back in my holster, and that was it, and the thing still runs like a top. I'm not worried about I'm not worried about a damn roll pin. I know it works.
Like, I had my HK45 compact, not the USP, but I had an HK45C. Recoil spring assembly, $99.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's other things about Glock that are awesome besides the $7 recoil spring assembly, or the $4 striker assembly and stuff like that. It's just like the parts are cheap, they're everywhere, mags are cheap, and there's so many benefits about it.
Stock
it's
trigger
endless.
feels like shit.
Well, yeah, I'll give you that. They're not all the same. I've had different Glocks. Like, I've had 4 or 5 different 19s that some of the triggers weren't the same as the others. Like, these sucked around.
You mean
not really a selling
the
point.
35 comes with a 3.5-pound trigger or whatever?
No, I'm just saying, like, the reset or crispy, like creep.
Yeah, but that's built to be a competition gun.
No, just that connector. But I think it has more to do with. They just come with a
different part in them. I mean, there's a difference because it's 2 different parts.
Yeah, I could probably change it.
It's also a serrated trigger or a smooth trigger, I think.
There's a lot of benefits to Glock, and just in terms of fucking how cheap the parts are, the availability, the mag price.
Oh yeah, I mean
the polygonal rifling like in the barrel.
It's like an AR-15, and I don't consider the polygonal rifling to be an advantage, really.
If you're a gun company, you tout it as a fucking advantage. You don't say we have polygon. We're embarrassed of our polygonal rifling.
They did it for a reason too. So I mean, they didn't just.
But car advertises it like it's a fucking luxury tax. You know what I mean? Like car,
well, it means you're building your own barrel.
HK advertises it.
Company.
HK is so proud of their polygonal rifling. Like, if you read their literature.
And yeah, it doesn't foul as much unless you use lead, and then it fouls out, and you can't use it at all, so you can't shoot lead out of them. And it doesn't better stabilize the bullet once it exits the bore. It doesn't increase accuracy whatsoever.
That's what it increases velocity. It increases the life of the barrel, and it increases velocity, I thought.
Right. That's the marketing standpoint. Have you ever shot out a barrel?
No, hell, I'll never do it. I'm too poor.
Exactly my point. I don't know anybody that's ever shot out a pistol barrel. And, I spent a good portion of my adult life in the military, and I've never fired enough rounds to shoot out a single barrel except for on
I've also never driven a car until it fell apart, but I don't want to.
Hold on. All it takes is a competitive shooter. I mean, I know people that get ammo by the pallets. They shoot.
Oh yeah, look. If your last name's Miklik, then
you don't have to be Miklik, dude. No, come on. You can shoot two. Let's say you shoot conservatively one match a month. That's 100. That's 100 rounds a month at your matches. So that's 1,200 right there. So that's 1,200 a year. Then if you practice it all, now you're at 2,000 a year. It's not hard to blow out a barrel, and there's guys that shoot way more than one match a month.
I shot 2,400 in 2 days, and the gun still runs like a top, and the bore is perfect.
I shoot cowboy twice a month on good, and when I do practice, I'm usually 1,000 rounds. So in a good year, I'm 30,000. I've been doing it for 4 years.
And then
I can see you shooting out a barrel.
Well, I'm shooting lead, so as long as I scrub it, it's fine. But I'm just the only thing I'm wearing out the gun parts more than I am the barrel.
Yeah, shooting lead, you'll definitely do that, but
no, I mean the actions are wearing out.
Yeah.
I'm on my second set of springs.
You're not going to ruin your bore as much, but you can't shoot lead in those polygonals.
No, I'm just saying. I just feel like gun companies, when they do it, they're very proud that they're doing it, and they tell you their advantages of it. And I don't know why not. Why is anyone doing it if they're not good?
Technically speaking, it's great stuff. Practically speaking, I don't know. I'm not there. No one's convinced me yet.
On a 4-inch
Please convince me. I'm open
50
to being
feet per second.
convinced.
Oh, the advantage of velocity? I don't know. It might be 100.
A few more feet per second out of the pistol?
Yeah, I don't think it really
makes a difference on the other end.
Not much. I mean, look. Compare the. Look, if we're talking about comparing a 12-inch barrel rifle to a 24-inch barrel rifle, now you've got some serious velocity difference that makes some sense. If we're talking 2 inches, no.
I just like how HK advertises it, and they charge $1,000 for their gun. And no one fucking talks shit. And Glock does it, and then people are like, it's fucking worthless.
I don't think the HK. I don't own an HK, and I won't because I think they're overpriced. They're good guns, but they're overpriced for what they are.
Right. I'm just saying. I like the fact that Glock is. Like I said before, cheap parts, cheap magazines.
If you want monogoggle rifling, that's fine. But I like my polygonal.
But if somebody walks up to me and hands me a brand new HK, am I going to say thank you and put it in the holster? You damn right I will. But I don't see the advantage for the money.
For $1,000, I'll
take it to a pawn shop and trade it for 2 Glocks.
I could do that. If the triggers weren't so fucking awful, I'd have HKs. I'd like to have all HKs. But I thought those triggers were horrible. Unless you're carrying cocked and locked and doing single action. Otherwise, those double action pulls on HKs were very bad.
So HK triggers are bad? Is regularly bad?
When they're in double action, yeah, they're horrible. Yeah. They're bad enough that if you have a striker fired M&P, you're way ahead of the curve.
Okay. Well, I already found
You mean after you put an Apex trigger in it?
No, just regular. I mean, a 4.5, 5.5 pound trigger pull versus 12, 13, 14 pounds, and it feels like 15. I mean, it's ugly.
I already found my perfect carry pistol, so my hunt
Finally
is
found a
over
Glock?
for now. No, shut up.
Glock?
Whatever.
They finally found each other.
Hey, but you know, I will unabashedly say the one time in civilian life that I pulled a gun and needed to, I pulled out a Lorson 25 auto, and it kept me from getting my head bashed in with a damn piece of construction equipment.
Lorcan? You mean Lorson?
Yes.
Whoa.
I can commiserate. The one time I've ever had to draw a gun in civilian life, it was a Taurus.
You guys are peasants, that's why.
Yes, but I'm still here. So, you know, and like most defensive gun uses, I didn't have to pull the trigger.
Well, any gun will do
it was a 25 auto.
Any gun will work. In
Yeah,
that situation.
I never got your opinion on HKs. What do you think of them?
Well, they're extremely over-engineered polymer guns. So, I mean, if you have an appreciation for over-engineering, they're a really nice gun.
Okay.
But my whole thing is, you know, I've got an H&K, or maybe I might have two H&Ks. But when I'm looking for something that's the higher end of something, and something that's over-engineered or mechanically very refined, it's not going to be a polymer framed gun. So it's kind of like it's like they made a beautiful sculpture out of butter. I mean, what good does it do to make a beautiful sculpture out of butter? No one wants a big chunk of butter. You know, so I'm of the firm belief, if I want something that nice, I want it in something other than polymer.
Now, I'll say
Which is why he has so many SIGs.
I would love to, again, have one of the little P7 squeeze cockers, because...
Oh, those are the worst gun ever. Worst gun ever.
Worst gun ever, but they're so novel, and I just...
With the worst name ever.
They have a cult following, and I've never understood why, because they are horrid guns.
Once again, I had two of those, and I had one mint, never fired in the box, and one, you know, so I could have a beater and carry it. And I had a nice holster for it and everything. And once again, this was because I was on the quest for the safest handgun ever. And that squeeze cocking thing, that gun is, you know, a very deliberate action to squeeze that thing and shoot that trigger. I mean, and plus I like the fact that you could, with your thumb, push in on the back of the striker and turn it and pull the whole thing out and put it in your pocket, and the gun is dead. You know, doesn't matter. It was pretty cool. But yeah, once again, it's a 10-pound, I don't know, I forgot how many pounds it was. But it's an 8-shot 9mm. Magazines were like $80. The gun was heavy as hell, and it would get so fucking hot, dude. And I had the M8. I had the one with the polymer trigger guard and reinforcement, so it wouldn't burn your finger. After a mag or two, dude, it was like red hot because of the way that gas operation was.
Oh yeah, I mean, by all technical specs, they're just horrible guns. But for some reason, I like them.
Yeah,
I love the look of them, dude. Like, they're awesome looking.
Too bad it suffers. You know, when you say squeeze cocker, you just can't help but giggle. So it suffers from stigma. I remember when what's his name? What's the formal name of that gun? The squeeze cocker.
HK P7M8.
P7. Okay.
P7 M13 was the 13-rounder version.
Okay. I remember when Vigil Inspector did a video of that, and he said, "We're not gonna call these squeeze cockers."
Yeah, he had the PSP, the P7 PSP, which was like a police gun before the P7M8, and that's the one that had no polymer in the trigger guard, and it had a traditional European magazine release on the bottom of the, where the slide, where the magazine goes in on the grip. And those guns got even hotter. Like after 1 or 2 mags, you got to check out a diagram on how those guns work, dude. It had a fucking like piston that would swing on the bottom of the slide. You'd align that piston with a small hole underneath the barrel. It was a fixed barrel. The spring would go around the barrel, kind of like a PPK or whatever, and it had a port, like a gas port, like a rifle, and it was the craziest design, man. And basically, hot gas was right by your trigger finger, like right, and it was crazy. Your dust cover, was just on fire. So, New Jersey State Police liked the gun pretty much, I guess. They were carrying it. I remember in the 80s, there was magazines like, had ads. HK had ads like, we have police carrying this gun, and it is what it is. Pretty accurate. I mean, any fixed barrel gun's pretty accurate, right? Like the Makarov PPK, that one. Still, I paid so much money for that shit. The one that I had new in the box was like $1,600, dude.
Jeez.
Yeah, because they stopped making them, and then I got one. It was like, maybe I paid $1,450, but years later when I sold it, it was worth like $1,600.
I think I paid around $1,000 for the nickel-plated one.
Yep. That's cheap. For a while, back in like 2008, the one that Vigil Inspector had in his video, you could go pick them up. There were so many of flooding them. They were flooding the market here. The police versions, the trade-ins, you could get them for $600. But the magazines were expensive as shit, dude. Like $100.
And I just don't see why you'd put a 380 in such a big gun. That's my thing about it.
Yeah. Like I never saw 380 is supposed to meant for compact carry for me. I mean, I guess people think, the bigger the gun, the more stable the bullet is, but that kind of defeats the purpose.
No, those were 9mm. All those things were 9mm.
I thought they were 380.
Yeah,
no.
They're not. They're 9mm. Yeah.
I think they had a 380 version. If you ever find a 380 version of it, that was like the most rare. Like,
I've only ever seen 2. I got to shoot one of them, and they were both 380. So I never did any research because I'm not a HK fan, so I don't ogle.
Yeah. I like things like that. Like one time I went to a gun shop. It was like a trade-in or something. The guy didn't know what he had. He had like a SIG 220 in 38 Super mint in the box, and he wanted to sell it for like $700, $600 or something. It was mint. And
what 38 Super? What?
It was a SIG P220 in 38 Super. It was mint, like never fired. It was maybe like an 1989 model. It had the box and everything.
They made a 220 and 38 Super.
Yeah, and dude, it was West German. Like, it was crazy. And then I was like, I don't have the money for this. I went back home and like looked on Gunbroker, and those things were going for like $1,200, dude. Like,
those are rare.
Yeah, they're rare. The 38 Super 220s, West German models. I just was like, shit. But who cares? I mean, it's not like I could even find 38 Super. I haven't seen 38 Super
just go down
ammo.
to Mexico.
I don't see it at all.
Go to Mexico. You'll find lots. It's the only ammo they can have.
I'm just saying, if you find one, get one. Yeah, I like guns like that. Like, you just wouldn't expect it to be super rare collectible stuff you don't know about.
The problem I have with collectible guns, especially with rare ammo, like chambered for something unusual, is where the hell am I gonna get the ammo? I don't know. I just buy guns to shoot. So.
Yeah, that's where I'm at nowadays. I just want guns that'll last is my lifetime anyway.
Practical. That's
Shoot. Not going to care about too much.
Oh yeah, I'd be the worst gun collector ever. Give me George Washington's rifle, I'd be like out of the range with it the next morning.
That would, yeah.
I've got a
That's
bunch
the way to
of
do
really
that.
shit that I refuse to shoot.
I'd be selling it to the Smithsonian just because I don't have what do they call this? I need money.
I've had so many times I'll save up, do trade-ins, whatever, get myself like a West German Sig 220 or something, and I'll just be like, all right, this is gonna be my gun, and then I just wind up being like, I don't. It's in too good condition. It's from like 1980s. They're never gonna make them again. You know, I just start. I don't know. Then I'm like, why do I own this thing? If it sits in the safe and I never shoot it, it's like I never keep them very long. But I like that attitude. Like, fuck it. I'll shoot George Washington's fucking pistol. Like, I don't give a shit. I'll shoot it till it falls apart.
I'll wear his wooden teeth. I don't give a damn.
Oh yeah, that's what's up, dude.
I was wearing it too.
Yeah, that's a good attitude.
Hey, so Yankee, you still carrying that chopper?
Yep.
Getting tired of it yet?
Not yet.
Want to sell it?
Didn't you ask him that yesterday?
You gonna sell it to me?
No, I asked him. I asked him if if that's his favorite gun now. But I just asked him. I'm just asking if he's still carrying it. So.
Okay.
He's afraid of silence. Leave him alone.
Yeah. Did it come with a holster?
Yeah, it did actually. A fairly decent holster.
Yep. I've seen them. They come with the holster. That's pretty cool.
Leather or plastic?
Came with a leather, a brown leather holster, like a saddle brown leather holster. So I went out and bought a black one. So I've got a holster for every shoe I can wear now.
There you go.
Now, are those
fiber
all,
optic?
Doing the what now?
Fiber optic front sight or no?
Yeah, but red. I don't like red fiber optic.
Now, are those all short barrel guns, or do they have,
Oh, they got
5-inch barrels?
So.
They definitely need to do some better marketing because I believe every time I've
Hang on, every time you've what?
Uh-oh.
Every time he's lagged out.
His internet.
Every time I
I
watch
see how
that
it is.
Total Recall movie, the new Total Recall, I want one.
Was that in that movie?
Yep.
I didn't catch that.
Gotta love movies set like 100 years in the future and they're shooting fucking revolvers.
It's a reliable gun.
Like Blade Runner was like a fucking Steyr bolt action and revolver put together.
Still my personal favorite is Firefly.
Oh yeah.
I watched that. What kind of gun was that? I watched that on Netflix a few times. But
It was a doctored up. Jane's favorite gun was a doctored up Sega 12.
Oh shit.
And I can't remember her name. It's been a while since I've seen it. His first mate or whatever you call it has a mare's leg.
Yeah.
He's carrying a doctored up or it's a doctored up looking like navy frickin' black powder. It's got that same.
Who was the captain? Who was the captain in Firefly?
Mal.
Yeah, apparently he's going to be in Guardians of the Galaxy.
No, it's not. Well, Mal.
Yeah, yeah.
As who?
Guardians of the Galaxy?
He's going to be in He's going to have a cameo as himself.
Oh, okay. Really?
That's what they say.
Interesting. Okay.
No, it's all the same like creator and shit. Like the guy.
He's got a Taurus. That's a
not really
Taurus
creator.
revolver.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Mal sports a Taurus revolver. That's just dressed up.
It is? I thought
Yeah.
it looked like black powderish.
Mal. Hold on. Hold on.
I have a family member that has a Taurus 85 from like the way back. I don't know. It might be 20 years old. And I was checking it out. I'm like, all right, it looks pretty cool. The single action, I swear, the single action is like a pound. I'm like, this isn't safe. Like, this can't be safe. And I wonder. I have to look into like how bad is the customer service because that gun has. Go ahead.
Ever shot like Ruger single action guns? Hell, some of those Vaqueros, I think if you so much as breathe on the trigger, they go off.
Yeah.
Oh, I never shot a Vaquero. The GP100. I had a Security 6. I had a Security 6 for a while. That was light, but this is frightening, dude.
Ruger Vaquero I bought from a guy who had lightened the trigger just ever so slightly for cowboy action shooting. I shot the roof of the range first time I went in with the thing.
Here we go. Here we go. That's a Taurus 85 snubby, and they just put a lot of extra frames in it. It looks like a freaking single action, but they put a Taurus 85 in there.
Yeah, I want to ask.
It makes
somebody.
sense that they put a double action in there so that then when they're shooting blanks or whatever in the for the video, that they can not have to.
Yeah, I guess you're right on that.
Like they took a Taurus 85 and then stuck like an old Bisley grip from something on it, and then some other crap on it.
Yeah, it is a funky looking grip.
It's like they married like some EMF gun and a Taurus together.
Well, it's like my 308 rifle. I really did not feel comfortable with the trigger at 8 ounces, so I doubled it, brought it all the way to 14.
Oh, hey, there's some
brave of
Atiba
you.
in here. There's some Atiba in there.
How much? Those are the Chiappa like copy the Matiba design or something like that, or no?
They're close.
Yes.
And the Matiba is like really expensive, right?
Yes.
Rare and collectible, yes.
And the Chiappa comes in around what, 900?
$789.
No.
Oh, okay.
Not that expensive. Yeah.
Okay. And you really do feel like you're shooting 38 in it when you're shooting the 357, right?
I feel like I'm biting into a cool winter mint.
I don't know. I mean, that's the only advantage I see. I feel like I'm having New York peppermint patty right now.
Yes, but is it rich and thick enough to stop a freight train?
I'm gonna check it out. I mean, not for me, but for like
When
my
I shoot
grandpa.
at Chiappa, it's not unlike getting kicked in the nuts with cinnamon.
I hate when my grandma was like, "What kind of gun is that?" And I'm like, 9mm. She's like, 9mm won't kill a fly. And I'm like, oh, gee.
Oh, for Pete's sakes.
But where do you find out these things, man? Where does a grandmother find out 9mm?
Your grandma? She's always texted me. I've got her hooked on 40.
Oh, you told her. Okay, cool. It's like, wow. I was like, no, 9mm is pretty good. And that's, no, it's pretty good. Nope. 9mm sucks. Or whatever.
No, it did suck until they created bonded bullets.
Yeah, I don't want to explain that to my grandma, though.
If only
But I
it
just
was
feel like,
closer to
grandma. You know what? If like that's the thing. If I had the same Glock 27 or like 26 size gun, and I was like, oh, it's 3, and she was like, what caliber is that? What kind of gun is that? I said, oh, it's a 357, right? 357 SIG. She would have been like, oh wow, that's the most powerful gun on the planet or something. She had no idea. This Hollywood bullshit.
Imagine if Glock would have paid off whatever movie that was, and then they'd go, 45 Gap. That's the most powerful handgun on the planet. There would be all
From
these
now
kids
on-
like, I have a 45 Gap.
I figured it out. From now on, I'm just gonna be like 30 cal. Like if someone asks me, like, what kind of gun? No, it's 30 cal. Fuck, they're not gonna know anything. Like, oh, okay.
Well, it's like on paper, 45 Gap looks great. just it was a caliber in search of a market.
Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever even seen one.
Florida Highway Patrol actually carries them because Glock gave them a bunch of guns.
Glock gives every cop, guns. I mean, they give them away.
Let's just look at the prices on the McCabe's just to see how expensive they are nowadays. They're several $1,000s.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of partners that buy Glocks, and they pay a pretty penny, but not as much as we pay for a Glock. But they're still cheap. But they're arming a lot of officers. But like Florida Highway Patrol, they said, "Oh, we got this new cool Gap, and look at it on paper, and it makes a lot of sense, and objectively it does. But it just hasn't been adopted yet, and we're just going to give the entire Florida Highway Patrol a bunch of guns and ammo." Oh, okay, we'll switch.
I saw like a whatever size the 19 is, like that, 23-19 size, the Gap in that version. I was in a gun shop and I was like, "Holy shit! Is that a brand new Glock 19 for like $370?" And they're like, "No, it's Gap." And I was like, "Oh, okay." Like, wouldn't even buy it for $370, brand new. Like, it just sits there because ammo, can't find it, worthless. I've never seen 45 Gap range ammo, and I go to some really big shops, that carry all the ammo, all exotic stuff. Never see that shit.
When I was first shopping out for guns, it's like a lot of I saw there's a lot of guns that are like shot rare, like rare ammo, like Gaps and stuff like that. Same prices 2x25s, and this was back in 2012. I saw them for like $200, $150. And it's like, oh wow, these are cheap guns. It's like, and then they say, yeah, but the ammo's not available for that. It's like, so I realized, I can't have a gun and not be able to find ammo for it. So I almost bought a freaking Tokarev in 7.62 by 25 for like $150.
What's the point?
The 45 Gaps, they tried to do the same thing with the 45 Gap that they did with changing the 10 millimeter into the 40 cal. They upped the chamber pressure. They put in faster burning powders. They said, okay, we're going to 40, do the whole thing that they did with the 40 Smith & Wesson, and we're going to do it to the 45. So you wound up with, yes, a shorter handle, but no more capacity than the 45. Just like the 40 cal really didn't create any more capacity than the 10 millimeter, just a shorter reach, but no less recoil. In fact, you got a sharper recoil, even higher than the 40 caliber, which people will often tell you that the 45 the 45 just has a kind of a slow push as compared to the snappiness of the 40 caliber. And so now we've taken the 45, we put a bunch of snappiness into it. Yes, we've reduced the trigger reach a little bit, and we haven't increased the capacity, and that's the gap.
I'm looking at the pressure table. Its average is no more than 45 auto plus P.
And what is it? It's like a 200 grain or 230 grain bullet.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. It puts it up into that plus P category, but they haven't really added anything to it.
And then what's the average feet per second out of that kind of? I thought it fit in a Glock 19 frame, right? It all fits in the 40 frame, or the 9 millimeter frame, really does. And the slide's no bigger, right?
Right, that's the point.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. If it's as snappy as 40, then I don't see the point. But it's like it's heavier, right? So that could be. I don't know. I'm not interested just because like I said, I've never seen range ammo for it. I don't know where you'd get range.
It didn't
ammo.
take off. That's all.
Yeah. And what year did that come out? Like what decade was it? This decade or
2000s?
or last decade? 2000s. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that. It just it didn't take off.
Like, what I'm interested in?
It looks good on paper, but in practical use, it's just it didn't really offer any significant advantage. It wasn't like taking the 10 millimeter and cutting it down to a 40, where you've got a substantial reduction in grip length. The people that can shoot the 40 gap can still wrap their hand around the
If it-
45.
If it wasn't for Secret Service, right, would 357 SIG have blown up the way it did? Like, God, I mean, that's not even a popular round, but it's more popular than a 45 gap. I think the only real reason was that Secret Service went with it. I think Air Marshals went with it.
It's got some good ballistics. It's again on paper really good round. But again, ammo availability and just really didn't get the market adoption because it's just
because you could take a 40 and
I'd
turn
say
it into
more.
yeah,
Exactly.
take a 45 and turn it into a 45 gap because now you can't take a 45 frame and make a smaller mag for it. It's hard to find a 40 caliber that can go up to it, right? So it's sort of a tough one to conversion into. Where the 357 SIG 40s can all convert into it, right?
Yeah, even SIGs do it. 226s, 228s, whatever.
MMPs do.
Oh yeah. I remember I bought when I had an
and
MMP
somebody
40.
said the other day that an XD can too.
Yeah, XD. They make 350. They made 357 SIGs in XD, so I don't know if they've stopped. But I saw them online. But like I bought an M&P 40, and I bought an OEM Smith & Wesson M&P barrel on Midway for like $60-something. It felt wrong. Like I'm robbing somebody. And I just dropped the barrel in and shooting through the 7 SIG.
Ooh, speaking of which, ammo, Natchez has a sale on the 100-round Federal 5.56, I think, packs for this like 32 cents a round. So that's $32. No, shit.
Who makes the ammo?
Federal.
Oh.
The 100-round value packs.
Well, that's a good deal.
Yeah, it's 32 cents a round, so that'd be
I'm paid
$32.
You know, the Federal, well, not even Federal, American Eagle has 120-round packs that come in like a plastic ammo can, and I paid.
American Eagle is Federal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, but it.
Can is a different brand. It's more expensive line.
The black box, it says. Shit,
I paid $49 for it, maybe. $49 for 120, so that's a good deal. The Natchez.
All right. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here, and my wife just came out and looked at me like she was going to hurt me. So I'm going to bed. Good night, y'all.
That could be fun.
It's usually the case. Have a good night, man.
It is. Do you know what time it is?
Do you know what time it is? I don't know. What was I going to say? Oh, locally, there's a gun shop here that has the cans of Federal 420-round H55 or whatever for $120.
Hoard and gouge.
Yeah, I don't have the money. I just ordered one for more money than that from Palmetto State like a few weeks ago. I think I paid $160 or something.
I can't say it live.
Cha-cha.
I'm gonna type it over here.
So type it.
You can say it, dude. You never liked Artisan Tony. So many chats tonight. I caught the last half hour of that Jaeger chat, and what else? And Stone Guy's chat was good. I was in that one, so that don't count.
Or however it's spelled.
No, you guys spelled right. You spelled that right.
And then you do it like on a break cut to what do you do?
Oh yeah, there's a I have an ammo. I have like an ammo supplier in Phoenix. I need to visit. So how much they are? There's like a ammo company, and like they sell exclusively ammo and stuff like that. But I found a place on that I can buy like $20 100-round bags of what they call this of reloads. Of factory reloads here. So
be careful they're not cutting that with a bunch of 22 BB pellets.
Yeah. Don't do that. Lactose and lecithin.
Now, granted, I did test them out, and some of them kind of like, I don't know what powder they're using, but they're very flashy.
Probably Spear Lawman powder or whatever that. Don't ever shoot that shit. That's fucking too much.
Go to the gun show you just grab some out of their bin there, and you load your gun and take a couple of shots into the air. All right, that's not too much flash. I guess I'll buy these.
Just like Somalia, like in Somalia. Have you seen the guys Black Hawk Down, where the guy was selling AKs in the open market, and he just demonstrating this AK pistol around the air?
No, but that's my kind of market.
Sort of like eating a couple of grapes.
Yeah, I wish I was like that here. It's like I'll be just at the Crossroads of the West gun show, take a AK pistol. Let me see here, right in the ceiling.
Oh, G-Webs, you weren't around. They were talking about the PAP is gone, the Draco is here now. So, and the Draco's more money.
Welcome to AK stuff.
Nice.
I don't think the Draco's as good a gun. It's not as good a gun. The PAP was an extremely good value. The Draco is, it's the Draco.
Well, the PAP started out at like $500 some, and then they reduced that to $399. So the Draco may drop down. But I'm still had my eyes set on that NPAP, so for next
year. I think Stone Guy got the right deal. He got the OPAP for a good price, so he can't complain.
Oh yeah, he got lucky on that one.
Yeah, I think he paid like $550 or something. At that point, they were already on Gunbroker for like $280. I mean, I'm not $280 for like $1,000 or whatever. It was like fucking $800. Crazy, dude.
Yep. Yeah, I'm still like working on my my washer. I'm still dressing up my washer, and again, I just realized that I realized that if putting the two, I'm definitely gonna put a Tapco trigger on my PAP, because on the PAP I have to like, you know sometimes you have a long trigger squeeze. You have like a long travel. And then you have to set it up just so you gotta memorize where you break, and then that's when you continue to pull. With the PAP, there's no such thing. I'm not sorry. With the washer, with the Tapco trigger, there's no such thing as a travel. I just gently touched it and boom! Oh crap! I bumped it a couple of times. So I'm gonna put Tapco trigger on that thing.
They're not expensive, right?
Oh, $30.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I can't believe what I saw.
Hook. It's a single hook. That's everything.
Colt 6920 Magpul furniture. It was like Desert Tan or whatever, and every place online has them for sale. And on Slick Guns, $860 with free shipping. That's mind-blowing. With a Magpul rear flip-up plastic junk sight. That's just crazy, man. This is the time. If I had a time machine, I'd go back, tell myself like 2 years ago, like, just wait. All this shit's going to pass, and now everything will be dirt cheap.
If I had a time machine, I'd make a shitload of money.
Yeah, fuck, man. Colt 6920 for $860. Can you imagine these idiots that were buying like Bushmasters for like $1,200 like last year?
Oh yeah, last year was the worst time to buy any rifle, any semi-automatic rifle.
Yeah, last year wasn't nice. 2 years ago was even worse.
2012? Not really. They were still pretty decent at the time.
I agree. There wasn't really anything pushing up prices, was there?
No, I was seeing 600. Well, most AKs were around $600 at the time. And then ARs were like the average 800 plus. I just thought that the market was great because that's where I was when I was able to grab a freaking Mini 14 for $450.
Oh wow, yeah, they're $700 now.
Yeah.
Yeah, $800.
And they don't come in the wood anymore.
Can you imagine? For $60 more, you could get a Colt 6920 with Magpul furniture.
Oh, speaking of Ruger, I was at the range the other day. I shot a Ruger 7.62.
Oh, the SR or whatever, the AR version.
Yeah.
How was it?
Oh man, 380 it didn't kick at all. I mean, there was recoil, but it's not recoil you would expect from a 308. It was like
I wouldn't mind one
I
of
was going to
those.
say, if you're shooting 380 through that 308, I bet you damn any recoil.
I took it back.
No, yeah, I definitely, dude. And
Whatever. You can't make a mistake like that in a gun chat and not expect to get correct.
I mean, 308.
Or at least some sort of wise ass remark has to happen.
Yeah.
I'll take it, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah, the guy who's people in Casa Grande are lucky. I mean, with that range over there, they can just like, I just bought a gun, so I'm going to take it there for about 5 minutes and go back home. That guy was there.
I just want to add real quick before he finishes that I'm already making a video about how Chris obviously knows nothing about guns since he was shooting the 80s and through it.
Yeah, it's already uploading.
That's a lame game.
Dude, you don't want to mention me in your videos. You don't want me to,
all giggly because he thinks Yankee's gonna mention him in a video.
Get Surge. That's Surge.
I'd rather not be mentioned if I don't deserve it. So, anyway,
Have you guys seen this movie, The Purge?
I have.
No.
Okay, well, The
It's about
Spurge.
some woman
the
throwing up
Spurge.
because she wants to be skinny.
Splooge. No, it's called The Purge, and I don't know. I forgot what I watched it on. It's a crazy movie, but anyway.
It's about what they call this. It's a fictional United States where one day in a year they would all crime is legal. You can do whatever you
One of that, and everything would be burnt to the fucking ground.
It was crazy, but my point was that the one family that's the star of the movie, like Ethan Hawke and his family, they're supposed to be really, really rich because
I was going to say, I bet you I know who the bad guys were, rich people.
Well, no, they were kind of like the good guys. It was a family of rich people and he sold security systems to people in the neighborhood and in Los Angeles to help them protect themselves on the purge night, where every crime is legal and all that stuff. And his guns were a Taurus and he had like a Taurus judge or something, like whatever the Taurus judge. And then at some point there was a Makarov involved. Like, I'm like, what the fuck, man? If these people are supposed to be really rich, why would they have Tauruses and Makarov?
Because they're taking everybody else's guns away.
Suspension of disbelief ended there. Let's just say that. It was over. I was like, can't watch this movie.
Plus that, and the guy that sells security systems, whole home security system, basically hinged on the idea that no one can break a window.
Oh yeah, he told his wife, he was like, well, the whole idea is that, people think it's secure, but, they can basically drive their car through this fence that we made. Break a window and get in this house. And she was like, are you serious? Well, give me the Makarov then. And you take this Taurus fucking judge and... What? This is crazy. Horrible.
There's a new Purge coming out.
Yeah, this month, I mean.
Yeah, Purge Anarchy, where these kids get trapped outside.
It's more like a vigilante movie. I think it's like about a dude who basically, he's like a good guy, so he gets in his car on Purge night and he goes out and protects people who might get caught out there.
That's not the trailer I saw. I saw like a couple of kids were like, "Oh my God, it's Purge night, and our car won't start."
Yeah, and then all of a sudden this dude pulls up and he's like, "You guys need help. I'll protect you." he's like the fucking Punisher. He's
and you know what? That's gonna get cliche. I mean, I'm sorry, for a movie that type, that will work for some other type of movie, but for a Purge movie, that's gonna, unless there's a really big twist on that, that's gonna be so corny.
I had to watch it.
Like,
it
really?
was free. I watched
Talk
it the other
about
night.
that Transformers movie. Was it you, Yankee, who kept saying like the girl keeps going like Dad, like every sentence, like what do you
that
say,
was
Dad?
me, dude.
Whatever,
it was
Dad.
me,
Yeah,
dude.
oh,
Yeah, in the trailer, dude. It was like
the
every
movie's
second.
totally like that.
It wasn't
like, Dad, the guy who is my father standing over there and is not my boyfriend. What is about this TV set?
How Michael Bay must have thought the whole time that Mark Wahlberg's gonna like have sex with the girl, so we need her to keep saying Dad. So
I had to sit through 2 hours and 45 minutes of that the other day, and my 16-year-old son turned to me about halfway through it and went, when the fuck is this movie over? I was like, what did you just say? And he's like, when is this movie over? And I was like, yeah, that's what I thought you said. But I mean, it was so bad that he forgot himself and swore in front of me for a second.
I never fell asleep in a movie theater ever until Transformers 2. I fell asleep like for 20, 30 minutes. Woke up like, holy shit, like you didn't wake me up? Nope. Like the movie was that bad, so I can imagine falling asleep in a 2-hour and 40-minute Transformer movie. That's pretty much exactly.
I don't know, it wasn't that bad to me. So I mean, they could have done better. But then again,
it's 2 hours and 40 minutes, dude.
Michael Bay already fucking destroyed Transformers, so I pretty much suspended all the.
Yeah, no movie should be 2 hours and 40 minutes. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, like Scarface.
You go to a Transformers movie for the Transformers, not for freaking dialogue and stuff.
Oh,
2 hours and 40 minutes.
Look for girls.
Transformer either. It was just.
No, I didn't say that.
It was like they skipped out on special effects even. They did this one special effect where the new Transformers that we're building, they're using this Transformium, and it like floats around in the air like cubes and changes into anything you want. And it was like the cheapest fucking graphic I've ever seen. It looked like someone literally drew it on a sketch pad and put it on the screen.
Yeah, some movie critic was like, it's so obvious that at that point they had redone it and redone it and redone it over and over again that eventually they were like, we don't have time. Let's just make it look like fucking cubes floating in the air. We don't have money or time to have this done over.
Fuck it, finish it.
Yeah, just finish it. It doesn't matter. That girl is, she was screaming dad the whole fucking movie, right? I didn't even have to see the movie. I knew from the trailer. Yeah. She's like, dad!
That wouldn't be something that would click on with me. I mean,
no,
your mind's got to be a little weird to get,
Ah, shit, the summer's over. I judge summers by movies because I'm such a loser. So, like, now I know there's really only one movie left, and that's it. Summer will be over.
I judge them whether there's, like, white stuff on the ground or, not.
Coke?
If there isn't, it's summer.
Racist.
I'm just, like, childlike in that, man. Like, movies, summer blockbuster movies is, like, my childhood.
I wouldn't judge it by a movie because movies come out all year,
That's true, but summer blockbusters are special. Or they used to be, anyway.
Yeah, but just because a movie came out doesn't mean the end of the summer. I mean...
Well, no, it does.
Early summer,
like,
right?
August 1st is the next movie, and that's it. It's over. Like, August is over, and
talking to Bob.
We're in September.
I go camping up
Bob, you're
north
back.
in the end of August, and it's nice. It's like 30 degrees during the day, and it's like never goes down past about 11 or 12 at night. I mean,
in September, where I'm from, in September, it's like 40 degrees at night. The summer's over.
Well, that's nice. Yeah, 40 degrees is nice.
September is still 100 here.
Around the fire.
September's 100 down there. That's awesome.
October is when it starts getting better. At 80.
Yeah, see, that's when I want to go live down there, when it's 80 in the middle of winter.
What's up with Scottsdale? Is that like the land of the rich?
Yeah, Scottsdale is where all...
a nice suburb of Phoenix.
Yeah, I watched
Food Network. Phoenix is a circle, or a bullseye, or clock, I guess. So Scottsdale is, let's say, like 2 o'clock, and then Huck would be like out a little bit further beyond the realm, like the clock at 1:30 or something. I think that's how it would work. So Scottsdale is like you come down from where Huck is down the hill, the mountain or whatever, and then you hit Scottsdale, and then there's then Phoenix, and then you go across the clock to number 8 or 7 or something, and that's where Chris is at, outside the clock at 6 or 7. And then I'd be way the hell south, like an hour and a half, 2 hours below 6.
Mm.
Oh, shit.
Scottsdale is like the Beverly Hills of Arizona, where a lot of celebrities decide to hide.
Yeah, I heard. I was watching Food Network, and they did a special.
Up there.
Ultimate Warrior died here.
Oh,
that's where I'm going to go and park my trailer, because that way I'm kind of close to Huck, and like he says, if it gets too hot for you, just like drive up the mountain and it gets colder. I'm like,
Well, yeah,
Jake,
nobody's going to run
oh,
off some
perfect.
crazy Canadian in a trailer in Scottsdale. You can be welcome on any street in Scottsdale, I'm sure.
I think Jake
Oh,
the
hell
Snake
yeah.
is going to be at a gun shop this weekend, so I might go say what's up to Jake the Snake.
What does that mean? Is that a code for something?
No, Jake, the wrestler guy.
The
Wrestler.
wrestler.
Wrestling.
Yeah, he's about 85 years old now, and the steroids have melted his
Jake
brain.
the Snake Roberts, man. He's
Yeah.
a legend.
Yeah, he's been on steroids for 25 years. I mean, yeah, I don't think I want to meet him.
I'm going to tell him you
Fine.
said that. Fucker.
He doesn't look like he's on steroids. I mean, the guy was like big, but he was regular looking big. It's not
Yeah,
like
he was cool,
way
dude.
up.
No, he was super ripped for a while there.
I'm of that age where they had a Saturday, Saturday morning cartoon when. No, Jake the Snake. He's going to be at a gun shop this weekend. Here,
When I was in my 20s, he was a wrestler. So I mean, you know.
yeah, but I was of that age of like when they had a Saturday morning cartoon. I was like in 4th grade. You know, 3rd. I was watching that like these were heroes to me.
Yeah. So this guy's actually older than me. Think about that for a minute.
No, I'm not gonna go. I got other things to do. Oh, I might go. I don't know. I'm just saying.
Fuck, go if he's your
he said
hero, go
Ultimate
see him.
Warrior died there. I thought of Jake.
I'm just saying, he's like, he's.
Ultimate Warrior was nothing to me. I was
taking
done.
Steroids for half his life, so.
When the Ultimate Warrior was wrestling, I was already like smoking cigarettes or something. I was doing something else.
Yeah, but you know what? You can teach a chimpanzee to smoke cigarettes at 3. It just doesn't mean that they're cool.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm not saying it's cool.
Okay, Bob, you're like really went off on tangent on that one.
Yeah, okay, we're way off. All right, never mind.
But,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
Rise of the Planet. Speaking of chimps, Rise of the Planet of the Apes comes
There you
out
go.
this week.
Oh yeah.
Nice
Looking forward to that
segue.
one.
And now these motherfuckers have AKs and they're riding on horses. So.
Yes.
It's going to be so sad, but you know they're
Oh,
going.
really? I didn't see that part.
You know they're going to fuck
Oh,
the main.
and the horses part, that's terrible. 'Cause-
Shut up.
no, it really is.
No, there's a part in the trailer where they're shooting
Think about any
M4s
of the
with
guys
red
who
dots.
actually
So
fought on horseback, and the worst thing was their horse getting shot out from under them, because they were attached to these animals.
oh no, but this is Rise. What is this movie called?
What?
Rise of the
Rise
Planet
of
of
the
the Apes?
Planet of the Apes.
Yeah. So this is where they finally know how to shoot an M4. So they're good.
Oh yeah, they got their on what do you call this? Yeah, the apes are all freaking machine guns on horseback.
Where'd that last one leave off? A bunch of the apes left San Francisco or whatever into the redwoods?
They
Yeah.
went to live in the redwoods.
Okay.
And there's like an easy piece in this one. This one will have like there was a constant war between the apes and humans, and there's going to be an uneasy peace between. Then this movie is pretty much going to finalize it.
Yeah, they're like humans couldn't
They're
wipe
gonna
out
lose.
like a couple of hundred apes in the bush with AKs.
Well,
Excuse
no,
me.
these apes have AKs too. That's the problem.
Well, that's the thing, but the apes have AKs and the humans have F-16s and.
No.
Oh no, that's all shit is going
Wiped
on.
out by society's been pretty much wiped out by a disease, and there's very few people left, and they're fighting.
Oh, okay. I didn't catch that part because like it wasn't happening.
There
when
is
the
a
apes
standard
got
military, but there is a standard military still. They will still have some sophisticated equipment. However, the apes will according to the movie, will overwhelm. So because there's one thing
They couldn't breed that fast though, realistically.
According to that, the apes don't need anything. They don't need like they can weather the elements better than humans can, and if they learn how to
If they
fight
don't get the
proper-
gestation cycles right on a sci-fi movie, I'm out. That's
Yeah, they're not using condoms yet, Bob.
Well,
they're
I'm
not
just
using
saying- I'm
condoms.
just
I mean,
saying-
it has to be a
You know, it's a-
realistic ape gestation period.
Apes
or
don't
else
pull out,
fuck this
Bob.
movie.
Yeah, I just want to say apes don't pull out,
Even
Bob.
if they didn't, in 50 or 60 years, a couple of hundred apes that got loose could not produce a big enough population to overwhelm any kind of
They don't even know about
A
inbreeding.
completed population of humans?
They masturbate with frogs.
Dude, come on, dude. They don't know about inbreeding.
Monkeys
Be
still
careful
shit at
that
each other,
if
man.
a frog is an inhaler, don't use one that an ape masturbated with.
Yeah. How do you know the
speaking of
monkeys
frogs,
are going to, in
dude.
the middle of the battle, they're going to revert, start pooping in their hand, and throwing it at the other enemy soldiers?
Wait for the movie, dude. Wait, because you'll see these
I
guys
don't
are
know, man.
badass.
I'm just saying,
They need an assault weapons ban.
realistically, I mean, I like to have some realism in my sci-fi.
Well, then Planet of the Apes isn't for you. You need to get into like Star Trek or something. Star Trek's probably more realistic than Planet of the Apes.
Oh, Star Trek's way more realistic than Planet of the Apes. Star Wars, however, is a load of hooey.
I can't believe they had to push the
Blasphemy.
entire.
Blasphemy.
They had to push the entire movie back now because Harrison Ford's old ass broke his fucking leg. So they're like, it might come out in May. We're not sure. We'll see.
I
can't believe
say
he
what you
broke his
will about
fucking
Harrison Ford, man. He flies his own airplane, and it's actually not a pretentious one like what's his name? The yeah.
Darth Vader.
No.
John Travolta. What
Yeah,
was
Travolta flies a
why is it-
707 or something.
Oh yeah, yeah. He's
got
got
his own
real
I thought he's
707.
like the Jay Leno of planes, though.
Yes.
Whereas
He does a bunch, doesn't he?
Harrison Ford, though, he flies a Norseman, a bush plane, right? Single engine, can
Funny.
land and take off anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
You know,
Badass, man. He's fucking Han
go
Solo.
to Canada.
Yep, he's badass.
Anybody
I
see
can't
this
believe-
movie where
Yeah.
Luke Skywalker is the owner of a comic book store and he goes to like Comic-Con? Seriously,
No,
it's a
I
movie
thought
on
I
Red-
saw the one. I
Luke
saw the
Hamill,
one
you mean?
where Luke Skywalker was a manager of a comic book store, and he knew all these nerdy guys that hung out in his store. But
Yeah,
that might have
or
been a
maybe
TV
there's more than
series.
one movie. Maybe there's
Yeah.
more than one movie, but this one is called like Comic Book the Movie. It's on Netflix.
Really?
Yeah,
That's
I
for
think so.
real? That's kind of cool.
And I was watching it, and I'm like, I didn't know Luke Skywalker owned a comic book store. And then it's one of those documentaries or whatever. So
Oh, yeah.
it took me a while to go, oh, I bet you this is a movie
Mockumentary.
about a guy. Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
So
I get it.
It was like one of those. Like, so he starts out the movie, and he's all like, blah, blah, blah. I've always had a love of comics, and blah, blah, blah. And this is why I started my comic book store. And I'm like, damned, I never knew this guy owned a comic book store. And then, anyway, it's not that good a movie, but you guys were talking about Han Solo, so I brought it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a real comic book show on TV after Walking Dead. It's like the Comic Book Men or something. I forgot what it's called.
I've seen the one
Oh,
where
it's
the
got
guy from Clerks owns
Yeah.
the store,
Yeah.
but he doesn't work there or something.
Kevin
I've
Smith.
seen that on somewhere.
That's what it is, Kevin Smith.
It's decent.
Yeah, he's actually a producer or director, and he
Director.
does all kinds of stuff.
Filmmaker.
He's pretty smart.
Mm-hmm.
He's a filmmaker. He made a lot of good movies in the past.
Maybe a couple.
Clerks and James
I get the idea
Chasing
that
Amy?
he's anti-gun. I think he's
Yeah.
anti-gun.
I
I
think
don't know.
so.
Ed Farrell in one of his
I don't
movies
think
is-
I've ever heard him say it one way or the other. I just assume that for some reason.
You know what?
Um,
Maybe not. I mean, a lot of comic book nerds like guns because they're technical and they're real. And
Maybe,
stuff,
you know,
right?
maybe what it is all the times you hear him, you know, he obviously knows about things that he wants to know about. But when he talks about guns, he just says like, "Oh, a big gun with a barrel on it," or you know, he makes it sound like he doesn't know. So either he's
Well-
like intentionally.
You're just saying that because he's fat.
I know fat people never like guns.
Why is it?
Wait
Is
a
it because
minute.
if they carried one, it would stick out so much? Because it'd be like outside their like
They're
big fat
lazy
body.
and they can't eat them. So everything about it they don't like.
So
Well, it'd be something to
Everything
carry
don't
extra
want.
weight.
You never know.
Yeah, some people just don't like that extra
Right.
weight on them.
If you're a fan of comic book, stories and movies and I don't know, cowboy movies, I can't imagine you being anti-gun because it's pretty much just
Cowboy
like
movies.
yeah. But
Yeah,
imagine if you were like, I'm the
cowboy
biggest John Wayne fan ever. Like I'm the cowboy
that?
movie. No, I'm just saying
Oh.
in general, if you are a comic book fan, how could you be against protecting yourself in any fashion versus a fucking enemy is coming at you or
Well, exactly.
It's
It's-
sort of like,
do you like
biblical.
zombies?
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, I can't. Like I say, I'm just totally going off of gut instinct. I had never heard him say anything about it really.
Me neither. I don't know.
We should write them a letter.
We'll figure it out.
Sorry,
Yeah,
that's
one
a
of the biggest
Canadian thing.
One of the biggest hypocrites is in
I do
Hollywood.
believe.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, I do believe we need to have more Hollywood directors in our chats, but go ahead.
Yeah, Milius. Can we get John Milius in here? He can
John
go,
Milius,
he can go, No, I'm just fucking with you. I love that movie. His documentary is awesome, dude, on Netflix. If you watch it, it's awesome.
Hey, would a director of photography for Hollywood movies count?
Yeah.
I guess so, maybe for an after chat or a lobby or something.
They work with the director hand in hand, whatever.
Well, I think I could get. I don't know if I can get him, but I know
We gotta
my
get John
wife
Milius
knows
in
someone
here.
who's married to
Not,
a guy
not
that
gay porno director. Hollywood director.
No. This guy actually did. What the hell was it? Jumanji, that thing with Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Well, how about any movies with guns in it, though?
Well, that was had
like
guns.
500 HP.
I don't remember that had a really cool gun in it.
Now, maybe we should make Hosh go figure this out because he's closest to California as far as I can tell. But how
That's
badass would it
true,
be
yeah.
if we had somebody from a prop place in one of these chats so we could pick their brain on all the different real
From 4 for 2A, didn't he do special effects?
Who?
Yeah, he used to. I don't know if he does it now. He was in the special effects business, yeah.
I don't
Taron Butler does special effects guns.
Oh, Taron, okay. Taron Tactical?
Who are we talking about?
He's a
Tactical. And he was an awesome guest on Shooter's Mindset, too. He was hilarious. He'd be awesome to get in here.
Well, then why aren't we doing this? Yeah, we should definitely be writing this down.
let's get together, dude.
I think it's G-Web's fault if it's anybody. 'cause
G-Web's,
it's kinda
dude.
his
Call
thing.
Taron
I wish
Tactical.
I had time to arrange these things, but we got, 7 people a week doing shows. We could have.
I'll tell you.
Look at Tactical Girl Lola. She would. I'll just tell her. She'll go call him. She's not afraid to
Yeah,
call.
she's awesome.
Who?
Tactical
Girl
Girl Lola.
Oh yeah, she's great, man.
Okay.
I really like her chats.
Yeah, I like her
Not that I
channel.
don't mind ours, but
I can talk to Anthony Chico. I know him pretty well, and he knows Taron pretty well, so
That'd be
we'll see.
awesome, dude.
Yeah.
That'd be fun, man.
In a primetime chat when everyone's cool and sober. 'Cause I have a
the highest
bourbon.
too, the Shooter's Mindset.
Was that aimed at me, you bastard?
No,
You've
it's
been
aimed
so
at me.
drunk
I
on
had.
these chats. You've
No, I'm
been,
drunk now.
well,
No,
incoherent,
of course
more
we
so
assume
than
no
usual.
Canadians in the chat with us.
No, I wasn't talking about you. I'm saying I had a couple of bourbons like an hour ago. I'm kind of tipsy. But,
I'm
but
just
what
fucking
was I
with
going
you,
to say?
man.
Taron Tactical, yeah, that guy's got a nice little channel. That's why the dude from before, from Florida Carity, was like, well, competition shooter. Like, he's a competition 3-gun guy. He's got a YouTube channel specifically.
Look, he's got a name. His name is 9 Yards.
Okay, all the 9 yards. But I'm just saying, the guy, he's famous in the 3-gun world and stuff, but on YouTube he's got like 200 subs or something. I don't know.
Are we talking about the guy from the movie still?
Taron, yeah, Taron Tactical. He makes like base plates for Glocks, competition 34s and stuff. And if you watch his channel, if you find it, he's got Tanaka from
You can
Glock.
put it in the internal
Okay,
chat.
sold.
There you go. But he's also got other hot chicks who shoot his stuff too, though, on his channel.
Jessica. Yeah,
Jessica
What's all this thing about like whether a chick shoots your gear or not, man?
I don't know. He's cool.
I'm all
He's
about
funny.
chicks shooting my gear. It's just because you lost interest in chicks shooting your gear.
I knew that was going to devolve into.
It's all good, dude. What was I going to say? No, tactical. It's a Tactical Girl Lola. It's hard to pronounce.
Tactical Girl Lola. I
Taxi
know.
Girl. Taxi Girl. Whatever. It's
Tactical
fucking
Gorilla.
awesome. Her channel's awesome. I watched Rob Pincus, James Yeager, gun websites, and then there's some other people she had on as guests.
Gun
But her
websites.
channel is good, dude. Her channel is cool. So
Remember when we used to be able to get James Yeager on, but then
he was on tonight. He had his own chat tonight, and he was taking
Well, I
questions.
mean, he was chatting with us, right?
Well, Tac Daddy had him.
Use
Oh my
this
God,
us
was it just
thing
me?
rather
Did I
freely.
Really? Because I mean,
Were you in the chat, dude? I don't remember you there. He would have
No.
offered you a class.
yeah, I know. It's
You know what's funny is that one night,
Fuck off.
that one night he offered
would
everyone in the
actually fly down
chat
there
a free
to get a
class.
from
And
him, but
tonight he fucking called Tac Daddy out. He was like, dude, I offered you a free class. and
Okay.
you never took it. And he was like, it's like a kick in the face. I know he was joking around, but he was like, seriously, like, when are you going to train with us? And Tac Daddy was like, I know, it's, you know, timing, whatever, training, you know. He's too busy training with VSO and stuff.
No, not anymore. He's got that, like, I don't know what to call it. Like, it's like a gun shop plus. You've seen that stuff? He talks about it. It sounds like a pretty neat deal where it's like a warehouse that they're converting into all different kinds of different types of shooting ways and like indoor shooting bays and stuff inside a warehouse district or something.
Shoot house?
Oh, cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
really? That'd be
and
kind of nice.
all open to the public and kind of a place where they can attract all kinds of cool trainers. So anyway, he's definitely doing a lot of that
Okay,
kind of
cool.
stuff. But
Hopefully James will get down there or whatever.
I think it's mostly just that he has 2 daughters that are in school and whatever now. Like every time I talk to Tac on the phone, he's like, you know, taking his daughters to this place or picking them up from a camp or, you know, taking them somewhere to get food because they have a thing to do after that.
Yeah, it's
So he's
summer.
like shuffling around and his wife's working and, you know what I'm saying, that kind of thing. It's just you can't leave 2 kids to your wife who's got a job. So you
No,
can
he
shoot
was just fucking around. He was just like, yo, everyone in this chat. I watched the chat tonight. He's like, everyone in this chat can take a class on me for half price, and I felt like really awesome because remember that chat you
I see
had?
what you're saying. You got in a much bigger bargain or whatever.
Yeah, remember when you had him in that chat, and he was like, everyone in here can take a class for free, and no one took the fucking class for free, and I was like, I already paid. Well, no, that was like a few weeks later or whatever.
Yeah, but still, I mean, I wish I'd been in that chat because I would have gone down when I was in Arizona.
Dude, there was 10 of us. 9 of us, including me. It was 10.
There's a little bit of a difference. He was in one of our chats. That chat that he did was his.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I was giggling kind
Make
of
it a little better.
I got you. Yeah. So he came, and back then, you know, these chats were more hardcore, like pro Second Amendment, and it was an
Oh, it was
issue at
all
hand
about
and
guns,
stuff.
I mean.
What?
Those
They
were
mean-
years ago. It was like a couple of years ago.
Are
Or a
we?
year and a half
It wasn't a
we
couple of
hopping
years ago, for fuck's sakes. It was
Okay, so it was a year
6
and a half
months ago.
No,
Hold on.
It was a
Hold
long
on.
time ago, dude. That was like a year and a half ago.
Hold
When
on.
Jaeger was in these chats? No. It
Yeah.
was since
No, he
Shot
was
Show.
in just this year.
No,
Yeah.
dude, it was like when Jaeger was
Oh,
first
you're
in these
talking about
chats.
a long time ago?
Yeah, and I remember saying, "Oh, well, I already paid for your class," and he was like, "Okay, well, the next one, when we were off air, he's like, the next one you can take on the house." I was like, "Okay,
That
cool."
wasn't the gun channel stuff. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that was like back in the, that was like 3 or 4 chats a week.
So not like a stone guy thing.
It might have been a Stone Guy after chat of
Stone Guy
Matt
Ranch.
or something.
Nice. It was
Stone
my
Guy,
chat.
That's
after-
right, it was. Yeah, it was.
It was
a
a Stone
Feels
Guy
like he does.
after chat of GWeb's chat.
Yeah.
But no,
That's
he
right,
offered
it was
the
an
free
after, my
class
bad.
for everyone in the GWeb's chat.
Yes.
I'd say it was about
I
a year and
think
a half
Chris
ago.
got that. Didn't you get that free, Chris?
I got that out of what do you call this? Just by chance. I was there, and he decided, yeah, let's give you a quick class, and I appreciate GWebs for getting me that. So
There you go.
don't think I'm not
That's
gonna
the
thank
GWebs.
GWebs.
It's all GWebs. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
No,
I
it's
wouldn't
true.
even have paid for it. I
G-Webs
mean,
is a hell of a guy. I'd say that to his face.
that's right.
Except we don't know what he looks like, so I just
I
go up
do.
to random people and
If
say,
I
"You're a
get
hell of a
shot-
guy," and everybody's
I
It's
get
really
like,
shot-
it's like
Nope.
in Star Wars, so you'll actually say to some other guy, but I'll be somebody else in the other part of the room.
If I get shot by a bad guy with my light on my gun, and I wrote it in a letter. It blame GWebs. That's the guy. He's the reason I got shot because I had a light on my gun,
No.
and the
There
guy
you
and the
go.
bad guy shot towards the flashlight, and
Yeah.
boom.
Hey, so DB, so you saying that we used to have hardcore chats. So so are we talking about doing common sense gun, common sense gun
No.
laws now? Is that
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like, so after Sandy Hook, these chats were crazy, dude. I mean, like, it was like that whole period of the, we were under attack, we thought we were going to lose everything kind of chats. So maybe James Yeager came around right after maybe we figured out that the gun bills weren't going to get passed. Like, so what was that, a year and a half ago? It wasn't quite 2 years ago. So it wasn't that.
Yeah, no,
But it wasn't 6 months ago.
If it was a year,
6 months ago, dude, we were having fucking cheese chats.
But,
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
No.
6 months ago, we were building gun channels. It was still brand new. So it's we're all crazy at that point. But it was probably about a year ago, honestly, because it was not the middle of 2012. So it was the middle of 2013.
Yeah.
And that was about a year ago.
Yeah, and that was about a year ago. Yeah. Yep,
but 6 months. It wasn't 6 months ago.
No, definitely not. But he had been in chats then.
Oh yeah.
I knew he was going to dig chatting because that's just his personality, is to, like, say he doesn't need to be behind editing or anything, or he doesn't need to pick his words or whatever. He's just right there.
He's just himself.
He needs a better
He's
laptop,
himself.
dude.
That's the cool
He
thing
needs a
about
better
it.
laptop because that fucking laptop he's got has a crummy camera on it. But tonight, the questions were so fucking strange, dude. I was watching them
They were all
during
over the
dinner.
place. Well, I watched about 20 minutes of it, I think, 10 minutes of it, and then I went on my Tony.
I was
I think
watching
we
it
talked
during
about
dinner.
James
Like,
way too much.
Broke up.
yeah, it was crazy. He was like,
It's like-
he's a guru, dude.
Just ask the question. Don't say you want to ask a question.
They were crazy questions. It was like, so you didn't say you believe in Jesus, but do you believe in a creator of the
Are you
universe?
freaking A? Really?
I'm dead
Oh,
serious,
really?
dude. And I'm watching it during dinner, and I'm like, I looked at my girlfriend like,
he
yeah,
asked
this
the
is.
dude to ask anything, and he asked anything.
I get it, but it just felt weird, dude.
You'd be surprised how many gun people are really curious about what your religion is. It's like,
It was so weird. It was like, dude, I'm watching this chat for shit like, I like when he was like, all right, ask your question. The guy asked the question. He's like, all right, so he answers the question. He's like, now shut the fuck up and get out of here. I was like, oh, shit, that was fun. It was actually James Yeager's chat, but he had Tack Daddy in there as like a
host.
as
Just
a
probably
referee or something. No, just helping him out with the chat stuff. And then he had like 5 or 6 random strangers that he just found on YouTube, and they had questions. And some of the questions were so strange, man. Like I said, I've heard you in the past say you don't really go to church and believe in Jesus per se, but you believe in the Creator. Can you explain that? And like what the fuck?
Those guys had they were having their first time.
Right?
It's like, yeah, Jaeger is God. Like, Jaeger is like...
He's like, he kept going down the line. He's like, okay, you ask your question, and the guy would go, okay, so I got a question for you. Everybody kept saying that. And Jaeger's like, so just ask the damn question. Stop saying you have a question.
That's like a radio show host. People will be like, "Hey, how you doing?" And it's like, "Listen, when I answer the phone, just start the discussion or whatever." Like, and then sure enough, the person will come on and be like, "Hey, how you doing?"
The thing about Jaeger is, if I've noticed, is that when you talk to him, when he tries to push you along a little bit more, and he does it kind of aggressively. Like, he asked me, "What training have I had when I first met him?" I said, "What training have I had?" I told him I was in the Army. He didn't answer my question. What training did you have?
Total robot to me, man.
Well,
What?
how many different courses are there in the Army besides
Coming
basic?
through, okay.
Yeah, for me it was all roboted, but
no. Can you hear me now, bro?
yep. Yeah, now
Okay,
you're
yeah.
fine.
Solve that, Bob. You turn your computer off and leave it off for about 4 hours.
Okay, Yankee.
That'll fix it.
Isn't it time for you to have a watermelon or something?
Bye,
No.
DB.
Or KFC.
I'm going to get on the treadmill, but
Yeah,
I'm
KFC, yeah.
over here reorganizing.
Yeah, it's summer there. You'd be eating more watermelon than
You
chicken,
ever
right?
shut up after you ask someone a question, or do you just ramble over?
I too tend to just ramble over. Well, not everybody.
You just ramble over. Period.
Good God, what is it with fucking Canadians?
Give him a minute. He'll say sorry.
Okay, hold on. So basically, so Bob, if you didn't hear me the first time, Jaeger asked me what type of training I had when I first met him, and I told him I was in the Army, and he said, "You didn't answer my question. What training have you had?" He was, he's thinking about like active civilian training, like specific stuff, like that you take specific courses, because the Army pretty much trains you. Granted, we do have reflexive shooting training and stuff like that. We do have tactical training, that I think he doesn't have any he's not in-depth information on, but he thinks basically military training was like the basic stuff, like you shoot, what do they call it? You shoot a target, like a flop down target, but they don't give any philosophy or anything like that. So.
Oh, okay.
But basically he pushed. That's how he is. I mean, he didn't say. Another person would have asked me. It's like would have asked it this way. It's like, what training have you had? Well, I was in the Army. Okay, what type of? Okay, do you have any commercial training? No, he said, no, you didn't answer my freaking question.
It reminds me of like I took my stepfather shooting, right, and he was in the German Army in like the late '60s, early '70s, right, and we were shooting, and I didn't quite trust him with a pistol. And I was like, do you want me to chamber around on here? Do you want me to rack the slide? Do you want me to load?
You didn't trust him because he's German?
Well, that too, because you know how they are. So I'm like asking him, do you want me to load the weapon? Like, okay, whatever. I racked the fucking slide. He saw me do that. And I said, okay, it's loaded now. It's loaded. So pick it up, point it towards your target, and shoot the fucking target, right? So he picks the fucking gun up. And yeah, well, that too. I got other stories about that shit. So he picks the fucking gun up, he points it towards the target, then he brings it close to his chest, points it towards the guy next to us, in the lane next to us, and starts trying to read the slide. His fingers in the fucking trigger well. His fingers, like, might as well be on the trigger. The gun is pointed directly at a father of a son. Like, it was a father and son in the lane next to us.
To me, that sounds like you don't treat.
Were they wearing
yarmulkes? That sounds unsafe.
No, and he's reading the slide, and he was like saying, he started to ask me, what kind of gun is this? And I said to him, oh, you need to keep the gun pointed towards the target. So I hear him go, okay, and he's like, okay, he sounds like Arnold Schwarzenegger. So whatever. So then later on, my mom was like talking to him, he's like, I heard him say, I was in the Army. Like, okay, so you were in the fucking Army. I just love how people who might have been in the Army 10, 20, 30, 40 fucking years ago, that's their excuse for every fucking bullshit, violation of firearm safety. It's like, well, they were in the Army, or, just like they were in the Army.
I was talking about firearm safety.
I know, but I mean, it's just like
I'm more
leave
like
it alone.
I'm more like wondering what the heck. I mean, I know they were taught a level of firearm safety, and I don't know what army.
In Germany, maybe it's different.
In Germany, are you allowed to muzzle? Hey, point the gun to me or something like that. It's like he's just muzzling the gun.
Well, I don't think he wasn't quite aware that the guy, he didn't see the guy next to him. I did because I was standing behind him, so I saw who was next to him. He just saw a wall. Either way, it's just like, people just say, I was in the Army, and it could have been 30 fucking years ago, and they're the firearms expert because they were in the Army 30 years ago. Like, that's it. Okay, cool. Like, things have changed, and there's other shit. That was a clear violation of firearm safety, but, just like he was in the Army, so in his mind, that's what he thought, I know what I'm talking about. I'm good with guns.
Yeah, well, I'm way better at handling people like that than you are because I was in the Army.
Yeah. I didn't say, I mean, once
I like to feel like I'm better at dealing with that kind of stuff, too, because I was also...
I told him, like, dude, afterwards, I was like, Dad, there's people next to you. That gun was pointed directly at somebody. So I know you didn't pull the trigger and stuff, but if he saw that, or someone else saw that, they would have kicked you out. And he was like, yeah.
I was trying to think DB's problem is he was never in the Army.
I think that's the biggest problem, yeah.
That's true.
And
I don't know shit. I mean,
a spoiled childhood, probably an only
I'm sure
child.
people who go to these classes that might have been in the Army 15 fucking years ago, and or just whatever. That's what they feel like. Hey, I was in the Army, so I know everything about guns.
I would just
that's cool.
think that, well, I've read all about it, so I know everything about it. Because it's all you really need to do is read about it, you know, maybe study it online, and then you know all about it. I mean, you're basically an expert at that point.
I have a friend that's keeps his finger trigger. He keeps his finger in the trigger. At all times. Keeps his finger in there. Keeps his trigger in his finger, and he'll tell me the reason why he can do that is because he's a photographer, and he's got a very steady trigger finger. Like his, you don't understand. I have very good
It's got very good finger control.
No, dude. What basically he's like, I'm telling you, do not keep your finger in the trigger well. It's not. It might not be on the trigger, but it's like in there. It's right there.
Wait a minute, was he a photographer in the Army? Because that would explain a lot.
Yeah.
Oh, God, dude, quit talking. You're going to kill me.
That's what I'm here for.
Keep talking. Keep talking.
Keep talking. Anyway, so then he was like, I told him, like, after a month, I told him, dude, you can't do this. You can't do this. He's like, you know what? You have a point, because I was shooting with a friend of mine, and we were walking in the woods, and I fell with my rifle, and I almost shot my friend because my finger was in the trigger well. I was like, oh, so you kind of understand what I'm talking about. You tripped and fell, and you could have shot your friend.
I still like stories of a guy whose dog shot him. He went to climb over a fence and leaned his shotgun on the fence, and then as he was climbing over the fence, he got the muzzle right over his head, and the dog got all whiny because he thought that he was leaving him, so he kind of climbed up on the gun and shot the gun and killed the guy.
Damn, that's sad.
The dog was acquitted because they said it was accidental.
That is a hysterical story.
Well, it is really. I mean, it's sad, but at the same time, it's like, you know, God, how stupid do you have to be to do that?
When Bob
That
gets
sounds like a
cleared
guy-
and a little bit drunk, he lets his defenses down and then starts telling us about how he takes pleasure in Americans dying.
No,
That sounds like a family in denial who's
Canada,
like
man.
the family in denial of like dad shot himself with a shotgun because he hated his fucking life, and they're like, no, it's the dog did it.
Yeah, the dog did it.
We need that insurance money.
Yeah, well, it would be accidental then, you know. If it was suicide, they probably wouldn't get insurance.
Oh no.
No, it was a dog.
I don't know where it started. Anyway.
Now, you'd have to involve the whole family in that. Now, just think about how that would have gone, you know. Okay, Dad's going to kill himself with a shotgun. We got to make it look like the dog did it. And the dog's going, I don't want any part of this.
But first we need to get a dog.
How many months is boot camp? Like, if you're doing basic Army training?
Depends on which one.
3 or 4 months, or something like that.
I have a family member that went through the Marine Corps thing, so he's graduated. So he was in the Marine. He was at Paris Island. Okay, and now he's in God knows where, Tokyo or someplace. So he had his training, and I'm sure he said he was an excellent shot, and I believe it. So he's been overseas now for like 2 or 3 years. Do they continue to do firearms training while you're overseas, like if you're stationed in Germany or something like that, or you just
It'll depend on your job.
His job is not really like dealing with firearm stuff.
Well,
most of the time, in general, like you got to have proficiency, so they'll have like for everybody, you'll go shoot once a year, let's say, or maybe it's 6 months or whatever the time frame is, and that's just to make sure you're still familiar with it in case war happens and you have to actually use the thing. But then if you're a real job like Chris had to carry a gun every day, I'm sure they had to prove more often that they were capable or had practiced or whatever.
Every 6 months.
Every 6 months.
And that's what they do for cops too, isn't it? Unless you're part of,
you got to draw the line between how often you actually need a freaking gun, especially in peacetime, and then how much does it cost, and to have a whole platoon of sharpshooters, does that even accomplish anything?
Yeah.
As long as everybody can kind of shoot, then you're still the same amount of threat, or not resistance, but you're still the same deterrent to the North Koreans or whatever the hell happens to be. Tokyo.
They're doing stuff now where they're using 3D simulations and stuff, and the soldiers are shooting like laser.
Yeah, but still, I doubt that they're sending out massive expensive 3D cool buildings just because they can. They're only going to send those to people that actually need
these
them.
things have gotten so simple now. It's a matter of they can ship that easily, and it feels like a small office space, and you can shoot these simulators, and it's just like the real shit. And that way, if somebody jumps out and they've got a baby in their arms, you don't blast them. If they jump out, they got an AK, then you blast them, kind of thing. Just get your reactions there.
Yeah, we had
the
that.
first thing I would do is use your muzzle device to break the baby's knees, because those are real easy.
Yeah.
Then start going after the parent.
I never should have mentioned that, because that's like my main, if I gotta get in a fight move, is to break the knee. So I probably shouldn't have said anything about that.
You'll never take down anybody in these chats. We'll immediately start doing some kind of weird knee maneuver where there's nobody got a contact with us.
I'm just gonna show up with pillows on my knees.
Yeah, that wouldn't help.
Basically, Canadian repellent.
And Bob's come out, better get many braces on, so they won't bend backwards.
When I was in the Army, when I was been in AIT or Advanced Individual Training for the BNMP, we had this FATS machine, which basically it's a pistol simulator where they show you a video and you have to have a shoot-no-shoot scenarios.
You said a fax machine? That would suck.
Fax.
Like, we're going to fax you a scenario and you quickly answer it in fact it back.
FATS, Firearms Training System. That's what it is. So, what do they call this? We had the scenario when one of the privates. The scenario was there was a break-in in the armory. This guy comes out with a freaking M60, and then the guy didn't shoot. So it's like, why didn't you shoot? Because he wasn't shooting at me. Yeah, but he's got a freaking M60. He's running away to a freaking M60. He's going to be dangerous to other people.
Yeah.
Kind of like the one RCMP member who accidentally shot his partner there yesterday.
Mm-hmm. They need to have their guns taken away.
No, he's probably just playing with his gun.
No, they were apprehending some
proof that there's no IQ test to have an internet connection. Go to that video I posted yesterday and look at how many people so far have asked me if the box actually says that on it.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
There's got to be at least a dozen people that have asked me so far. Did it really say that on the box?
To really say what? I missed something.
They don't know you, Yankee. I mean, the minute I saw that, I was like, hey, wait a minute, this is the Yankee Marshal. Of course he's going to do something like that.
It's a special distributor's exclusive from Lipsy's.
Exactly. I don't know about it.
Whatever.
Every time you say RCMP, like, I think of Tron.
Really?
The movie Tron, yeah.
Why? Was there RCMP in Tron?
The bad guy was like from the RCMP, like main control program, whatever the fuck, in Tron. Movie from
Royal
the 80s.
Canadian Mounted Police, man.
He knows.
It's easy
like
to wrap
Pussy's
your head
movie.
around, right?
No, that sounds like, I don't know. Royal
How could
Canadian
you not get your
Mounted
head around
Police.
that? How could you think that was somehow tech?
Anytime you say, oh, the Master Control Program, that's in Tron, it was MCP.
Hey, G-Web, ask a question over in the chat. Do you know the answer to that? If you could you?
I don't know if it was a group.
That was like a little clique or organization kind of a thing. I don't know what it was.
No, I think I know what you're talking
Like
about, but
network,
you probably shouldn't mention
like a network kind of a thing, like a loose network kind of a thing.
No, it's just an event. It's called that, and then it's organized, but it's not like a thing that exists all the time. It's just a thing they do once a year. But for writers.
I was just curious. Because someone sent me an email and I thought it was the same people, and I'm like,
Now, I don't know who else was involved with that, but that was the place where that happened at. where all the contacts were done. So somebody's going to spin the topic wheel, or?
I'll cork the chat.
Cork the chat.
Oh, now what are you going to
I
talk
know what
about?
we're scared of.
Fucking topic wheel. That's funny.
I don't know.
Oh, shit.
FCCY firearms are kind of ugly.
Yeah. When is Tactical Lola's chat? Sundays or something?
Sunday, like 5:30 my time, so whatever time is for you people.
I don't know. I think
it's earlier than everybody else.
I think I've been blackballed from most of the chats for calling them a bunch of bootlicking pussies last week when they were doing their little gun chat.
Oh, you mean a bunch of people didn't appreciate that?
Nah, they didn't appreciate
Go
that.
figure.
They didn't understand that it was done with love.
Yeah, there you go. Well, as long as you really care about the people you're telling their,
Oh no, I don't give a shit about any of them, but still.
whatever.
I don't know.
But then I'm a Canadian, and we're, just genetically predisposed to be polite.
Yeah, I kind of wonder about that, Bob, sometimes, because if you're polite, how come you keep freaking interrupting people? I don't.
Well, not polite when you're drunk.
Well, I'm Canadian. What do you expect?
I'm polite tonight.
So you're polite, but you interrupt people. Okay.
I'm polite tonight.
Exactly.
I'm drinking iced tea.
I've also been known to pull someone's shirt over their head and
Jersey him and give him a couple good swift uppercuts.
I want to take a look at that. G-Webs. I want to take a look and see what that Scottsdale Gun Club is all about. I haven't been there yet. Have you been there?
Yeah, it's worth going. It's not, you're not going to buy anything there, I doubt. But it's worth seeing it. It's kind of interesting.
Is it a big shooting range?
No,
Indoor?
well, the range, I don't know. The range is 10 lanes and another 10 lanes and then maybe more that I didn't go over and look at. So it's not small, but it's not the biggest thing I've ever been in. But it's not small. It's definitely, it's as big as Shooter's World, I guess. But the store ain't. Like, the range part is. You've been to Shooter's World, right?
I've been in Shooter's World, yeah.
Okay, so I think the ranges are probably about the same. Except, they're fancier or whatever, a little bit fancier. But they're also old. The one I went there a year ago or 2 years ago, it was, I've only been there the one time. It was all kind of, like, a bunch of gunpowder on the plexiglass between the two and, enough shots to see that it's been there for a while. Like shots in the plexiglass between lanes and stuff. So it's not new or anything. And then the store part is all fancy, though. And it's big. It's probably about 2/3 as big as Shooter's World. And then, but it's all like fancy with better, nice wood, like, for no reason on the store displays and stuff, I'd expect.
That's G-Web's idea of fancy. There ain't bullet holes in shit.
There's kind of a lot to be said about that.
They're all highfalutin and fancy. There's hardly any bullet holes in anything.
Exactly.
Actually, most of the
selection
gun
is kinda
ranges I
weak.
go to don't have bullet holes in anywhere except, the targets.
Well, have you seen my... have
We
you seen the range I go
only
to?
have indoor ranges in Tucson and there's indoor ranges in Phoenix, and the ranges, I don't know, compared to the ones in Phoenix, or not Phoenix, Vegas, our ranges have all kinds of holes in them everywhere. The walls, the ceilings, the floors, the partitions between, because obviously, accidental discharges, but also they shoot matches in these things, so there's all kinds of wild shots going off. So,
That's fucking scary,
the
man.
ones that are indoor, why is that scary? It's just gunshots. The ones that are here in Tucson are probably
Man.
40 years old, maybe longer than that. Maybe I don't
okay.
know, a long time. And the ones in Phoenix are, comparable. I don't know how old Scottsdale is, but all I'm saying is nobody else wastes their time putting plexiglass between the lines either. And I'm sure that's some kind of fancy bulletproof plexiglass. But I don't know. I did a video shooting a full auto SCAR there, whenever that was. So just do search on my channel for full auto SCAR, and you'll see the Scottsdale gun range, or shooting club or whatever it's called. And I tried to film like standing in the bay next to it through the plexiglass, and it was like so crappy, just from like gunpowder residue. You know, it kind of just marked it and made it all foggy that you couldn't see shit looking through it. You can tell if somebody's standing on the other side, but it's not clear anymore.
Yeah, they were a shadow.
Well, yeah, they were just looking through fog or paint, frosted glass almost. But anyway, it's so it's not like they're putting out new plexiglass every year or anything. Or if they are, there's a hell of a lot of bad shooters. But it's a horrible range for shooting.
As long as it's not broken and dangerous, they're probably just like, and leave it up there.
Yeah, exactly. It was a great idea at the time, but then we realized why nobody does this. It looks ugly really quick.
Yeah.
The ones in Vegas, though, are all brand new, clean, except for the one. They're all freaking brand new and clean. It's kind of neat.
Yeah, that's probably why they're expensive, though.
Well, they're expensive because they're laying on prime real estate in Vegas.
Yeah.
And they've got potentially the high rollers from any country, you name the country.
Yeah.
The most wealthy people from all those countries could come to Vegas, because they will come to Vegas, I'm sure. And then,
everybody goes to Vegas eventually.
Yeah.
I might go there just because it's really cheap to fly there.
Pretty much.
That's why a lot of people go there. Yeah, it's like, what, $75 it used to be to fly up there?
It'd probably be about $500 now, but I mean, for a week or.
Well, we're 45 minutes away though, so there would be planes every couple hours. So back in the day, you'd be like, "Hey, what are you doing this weekend?" I don't know. Hey, let's ride to Vegas. All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for you guys, yeah, it's a little short hop.
Sitting slots of fun, drinking beers for a nickel slots.
Yeah.
So you got sick of it, and you'd take a flight home.
Yeah. See, now myself, I'd go there and go, "Okay, honey, you go see the shows. I'm gonna go out and see the gun ranges and shit."
That's what I'm saying. So I think it's about time they did some firearms tourism.
Oh yeah, it'd be
They got
great.
firearms tourism. They got plenty of firearms tourism in Vegas. Anywhere where Japanese, anywhere where Japanese tourists frequent, you're gonna have a gun range. Like a gun tourism, like Hawaii. Even though Hawaii is so anti-gun.
You can shoot a handgun, a machine gun. Ooh.
In fact, there's a Japanese YouTube channel that they feature going to Vegas and Guam, where they shoot different guns.
Yeah, I think if it's one I'm watching, or I've watched, I know what you're talking about, where they go to Guam, or they go to Cambodia, or Laos and stuff.
Who's Six String was telling me about that?
Who?
Six String was telling me about that.
Oh no, that's a whole other thing they do in Thailand.
No, you go out in the woods and you get to shoot full auto shit.
Yeah, there's all kinds of places where like those warlords are like, hey, I know, we can make a bunch of money off this cave full of munitions.
They're RPGs. You can shoot RPGs.
That is why I would go there so I could shoot RPG without having to go through a bunch of rigmarole.
Yeah, they'll go park junk cars out there and let tourists shoot at them with RPGs.
Shit, I'll just shoot up in the air. I just want to shoot an RPG without having to re-enlist or some shit.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to shoot up in the air though, unless you got the Somali deflector on it.
What?
Yeah,
you mean?
Yeah, you'll burn your feet.
Well, I'll stand next to a cliff and shoot up towards the.
Oh yeah, if you got a cliff behind you, yeah.
Or I'll stand next to a pool.
Pool, I don't know.
Stand next to a thing of chickens. I can make a bunch of barbecue chicken real quick.
No, you'd actually just have a bunch of fucking screaming chickens running around your feet on fire.
Recipe, original recipe.
Well, it might kill them all. I don't know, but Wouldn't be good.
Back blast will kill him.
Yeah. Oh, the thing is, yeah, like from what I've seen on videos, you see some of those videos of these wannabe terrorists, and they get a wall right behind them. They go fire an RPG-7, and it's just like whoosh, poof,
Yeah, for
and
some
they
reason,
start
some
on
of those-
fire.
Some of those people do not know the concept of back blast.
I
There's a
know.
gene pool issue there
Fucking,
somewhere.
that's so funny.
Survival of the fittest. Guess who's losing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's you know, look, I don't want to be what they call this. I'm not pro-terrorist or anything, but at least some of them know their shit. But
Awfully brave of you to come out as being anti-terrorist.
No, he didn't say he was anti-terrorist. He just said he wasn't pro-terrorist. He's kind of neutral about terrorists.
That's one of the bravest things I've ever seen on a gun chat. Congratulations.
I am not anti-terrorist.
Uh-oh, I think somebody broke Bobby. Quit breathing.
I'm gonna die in this
Oh,
chat.
there he is.
I'm gonna die in this chat tonight. But have you guys ever seen the movie True Lies?
Who hasn't?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
I haven't.
What?
Really?
Nor have I.
Well, it's got Arnold Schwarzenegger, and it always makes Yankee really uncomfortable.
But basically, there's a part there where the guy had they were trying to shoot at the Harrier jets with RPGs, not RPGs, sorry, Stinger missiles from the back of a van, without, and it showed the true consequence of backblast. Apparently, they're like, huh? How'd that happen? No, idiot. It's like, and they were, and at the end, they're like, oh, what happened? There's a guy flew out the window because of backblast. It's like, really? You didn't realize that was going to happen? Where do you think all that gases from the back goes out?
Isn't it the Swiss or someone that
Yeah, it's Swiss.
They're redesigning it so that the first
AT4?
initial charge, the first charge is actually compressed air that pushes the.
No, they're designing an AT4 that shoots water. The back. It sprays out salt water that takes part of the backblast pressure out.
Okay, yeah. Thought it was something like that. But yeah, because before back in the day, you couldn't be in a confined place shooting out, or else you'd be dead along.
Oh yeah.
Who else was with you?
Yeah, they designed an AT4 that can be shot indoors.
Yeah.
Well, that's what they do when the space shuttle and stuff take off. They drop 1 million gallons of water. So that's why you see all that when their rockets take off.
All right. Did Bob leave?
He just dropped out, yeah. Or died.
I was just going to say, do you guys see this thing on Facebook where a plane, I don't know what kind of plane it is, takes off from an aircraft carrier and hovers for a bit, and then what it does, like...
oh, that's so
I
fake.
think it does, it is fake? Okay.
Oh, it just looks so fake to me.
That's what I was going to ask, if that's just fake or if that's something that a plane can really do, because that's freaking insane if a plane can do that. Do you guys know what we're talking about? Does it do a nosedive, or does it put its nose up, and then it basically does a flip and then takes off like horizontally to the aircraft carrier? It's nuts.
Yeah, it's ass over kettle, like, you know.
Like you would think, like something you'd see in the Transformers movie.
Yeah, like.
But it makes it look like it's a real video taken from some guy's cell phone on an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, it looks a little CGI, or just more like a video game kind of look, I thought. I've seen it a couple times. It's way too precise, you know what I mean?
And I'm thinking, what would stop it from just spinning out of control? Like, there's no side jets on a plane or anything. There's nothing to keep it horizontal in that axis. It would just spin out of control and splash.
Slam into the ground, because there's nothing pushing it up when it's upside down. That's the problem I have with it. The thruster would have had to been reversed, kind of. You know what I mean? I saw that a while ago, and I saw it again recently.
QS, really quickly, so you said Tapco triggers are great. So so a single hook trigger is okay? The number of hooks on triggers on the trigger mechanism doesn't matter or anything like that?
For the most part, no. Doesn't make any difference.
Okay.
It was just a redundancy thing that they figured out they don't really need, so they quit doing it.
Okay. So so originally came with the extra hook, and they realized, wait a minute, that doesn't really need that.
It's hard to say. Each country had their own figuring out phase, but for the most part, that's the rule.
It's like a personal preference thing. Some people like it.
Yeah, there was no need for it, and they figured out why waste the money, basically.
Yeah, you heard what I said earlier, right, Six? When I was shooting my PAP, the big difference between my PAP and my my Wasser, where on the PAP I have to travel it a little bit before I can, break the trigger, and then on the Wasser it was ever so slightly. In fact, I bump fired it a couple of times doing that.
It's pretty much the only choice, right? Tapco trigger, that's it, isn't there? There's no other.
There's a better one from Red Coat. No. Red Jacket? No, the other one. Red Star Arms makes a better one. But they only make them in limited runs. I don't know if it's better necessarily. Some people say it's better, but it's one of those things where they only make it once a run. They make a excuse me. They tell people they're going to make a run, and then they usually sell out. And they make a run, then they make a second run. That kind of thing. So you can get them, but you have to be paying attention to the forums and then be ready to buy them when they're available. So it's just more rare. So people that have them, of course, say they're better, but are they really better? I don't know.
Everybody's just so used to that Tapco. It's like it kind of fits the gun. I like my Tapco trigger. It's just totally different than an AR, but it's cool.
Arsenal makes their own, and then Armory USA used to make one out of Texas. And there's probably more than that.
Cool. I'm gonna go ahead and replace that because when I shot my Wasser that day, I was I double fired it and I shot the same. I shot it, then shot it again by accident, and it was on the same hole. So that was lucky. I'm gonna see if I can. The reason why I don't like shooting. I shoot mostly at 50 yards is because of poor eyesight. For some reason, I can't really, for me a red dot is not a very good 100-yard sight. For some reason, it's just the dot covers too much.
Exactly.
Well, for some reason, because it's not designed for that, dude.
No,
it's designed for very close range moving targets, not long range at all. That's why an aim point, a lot of people like them because they don't. Excuse me, like on EOTech, some people like them because they've got that tiny little dot, but most of them don't have that tiny little 1 MOA dot.
That's kind of the way I see it. You just cover the target with the dot and pull the damn trigger. If you're in the, it's usually center mass.
Well, that's why I like the 2 MOA dot on the Pro. Because it's tiny, and it's okay at 100 yards. I can hit the 8-inch plates pretty easy.
Okay. I have no problem hitting steel plates. I'm just very anal about my my targets. I try to get 1-inch groups at 100 yards on anything on every rifle I shoot.
That's where I find the downfall of the Bushnell is because it is a slightly larger dot, and then I got 2 of them, and it's not as easy. It does make a difference. Plus, in the aim point Pro, you got a bigger flat, so it's a little easier to. I don't know. I find it a little easier with a wider field of view you're looking through this little sight plus the dots a little bigger. That's what new eye shooting is. I don't know. I'd like to try a micro. I haven't tried that at all. Micro.
Now with the EOTech, it's got the circle in a circle. Well, and there's 4 dots. You just treat that like a cross.
Yeah.
As you're looking through it.
I really loved it, the EOTech sight, especially at distance.
I just can't stand how hot they get and how long the batteries last.
Well, I was never a battery snob with that thing, but once I got the aim point, I became one. Just kind of convert you.
I mean, when you accidentally leave it on and you haven't shut the thing in a month and it's still on, wahoo!
Yeah.
No, you're supposed to leave it on, dude. An aim point, it loses less energy when it's on than when you turn it on and off. It's designed to be on. No, literally, that's
Really?
a trickle. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's 10,000 hours for a reason. The whole point is they don't want you to grab your rifle and fiddle with it. They want you to grab your rifle and start shooting and worrying about what you're shooting at. So it's always on. The only thing you might have to switch is if you happen to be using night vision or something, click it down to
dim it so you don't blind yourself.
Or brighten it up in the day or something if you need it to be able to see it. But for the most part, see what it looks like in your house, put it away, and that's the way it's made.
I know. I'm looking for like that balance, I guess. Distance and you really can't have an optic that's unless it's like what do you call this, an ACOG. You can't really have an optic that's good for close range and distance.
Hold on, an ACOG is bad for it's good for neither. It's 4x period, and it's got a 5 relief that's crazy. It has to be way out in front of you. Or excuse me, you have to be like right on it, right? So it's a one-trick pony. If you want something that's what you're talking about, you want a 0 or a 1 to 4 or a 1 to 9 maybe that is adjustable. So that then you put a big old beaver tail on it, so that the zoom that adjusts from 1 to 9. You put a big lever on that, so it's real easy to move from one to the other. But even then, that's not ideal or anything, but that's a way to go from close-in movable targets with a red dot to a longer range reach-in rifle with an optic. And some of the better ones, the dot will disappear when you go out to range.
The price point on those, the ones that are backlit, I think the Burris MTech are pretty nice.
Bushnell, they got a backlit one for like $220.
Well, the problem I've noticed, and I didn't really notice this until I was having my wife check it out. She had LASIK surgery done, so if it's like laser sights, they starfire on her. So I'd hand her what was it? I can't remember which one. I handed her one, and it was like a mirror. The laser was pointing at a mirror, and she couldn't see through the thing because it was starfiring. When?
Yeah.
2 years ago.
Okay, yeah. Because that happened to me for about a year.
Oh, it never went away for her.
I'm curious, what was the doctor's store number?
He has 2. I don't know. 1. Anyway, there was one that the crosshairs lit up, but it wasn't laserish, and I think it was the Burris MTech, and it was a 1 to 4, and it was under $400.
I haven't tried that type of optic. That's why I'm curious. It's the only one that happens. But you got to get it'd be good to get the one that's true zero magnification to 4, so you could do the red dot, both eyes thing.
Right. They make these little, it's like polymer, like Gio said. You slap it over the knob so you can flip it over real quick to zoom in.
Zoom adjuster lever or whatever.
I'm all about slapping things over the knobs.
Oh, gotcha.
Hey now.
Like, my martial arts teacher, I'm gonna be shooting him with him again. He just bought a Bushmaster, but not the carbon. Forgot what it was, but it had he said he has a aluminum a lower on it. Do you guys know what it what it is, or?
Say again?
Well, Bushmaster's a big company. They made guns for a long time.
Okay.
They called them an XM14, I think, or an XM15 or something, don't they?
XM14? Okay.
No,
okay, I think that's it.
XM15. I don't know what I was looking at it for or something. XM15.
XM15, okay. Yeah, he said he avoided the carbon 14. How is there something bad about that gun, carbon, other than being a polymer
Made
lower?
out of carbon fiber. Yeah, it's made out of carbon fiber, the upper and the lower.
Oh, the upper is also carbon fiber?
Yeah. It's made right near you somewhere, Phoenix, Sun,
okay.
Whatever. It's right here. They just put their name on it, or it's licensed to them or something.
Okay. All right. So yeah. Okay. So but yeah, he got that. I'm gonna see if shoot that because I'm still waiting on word from the DPS if we can train with him.
What are you trading?
Oh, the Department of Public Safety. He trains with them on with rifle and pistol. It's a police department here in Arizona, Department of Public Safety.
Oh, okay.
Are we running out of stuff to talk about?
Spin the wheel.
I'm just doing work here, so.
I'm playing a video game, so.
I'm kind of passing out. Sorry, it's 4:30.
I understand. Well, I'm out of here then. I'll see you guys later.
So what's the deal when give me some info, when I go to ship? I just go in there and, like, if I'm putting it in a padded envelope, I just have to tell it the weight of the item?
Well, yeah, but see, the priority mail padded envelopes, those are flat rate. They're only $5.95. So
No, I don't want to do that. I mean, like, if I just go to this dollar store and buy a thing of 5 padded envelopes, they're just going to be that envelope color and then have bubble wraps glued to the inside.
Yeah,
so
I
if
do
I
that.
shove something in there, I can just print out. I just weigh the thing inside that envelope and then tell it to eBay.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is let's say you're selling something that's, over 13 ounces, then
I think most of the crap I'm going to be selling is like books and tapes and shit like that for the time being, just because I think that'll be easy to move and clear out some space. And,
See, a book could be cheaper to ship. Well, you can certainly do media mail, but nobody likes that because it takes like 2 weeks.
But is that an option in eBay?
Absolutely, yeah. It has a drop-down menu. But this is the thing. Let's say you're selling a book that weighs like 1.5 pounds. Well, you know for a fact that you can fit that in a padded, flat-rate priority mail envelope, and it's $5.95.
Well, you're talking about if I go to the post office and
wanna be
they've got
real
like
careful with
stacks
that,
and
though.
stacks of those things sitting out front.
Grab those and just bring them home.
Okay, so you're saying the padded envelopes of those? I never grabbed the padded ones because that would be too much bulk. So.
Are free. They have non-padded ones. And
they're also not accepting them anymore if you deform the shape of the envelope in any way. It's
So
like
they
they're
want you to put papers in it.
Yeah,
I'm running into that with the stickers. They're like, oh, you put something in here that
stickers and patches and pens and like I do bullets in them and stuff. But anything that's going to like a book, I don't know if they'd accept that.
No, that's why I use the padded flat rate priority mail is the same price as the flat paper priority mail. So that's why I just use the padded one. And you can stuff that thing like a freaking pillow.
But those are like always whatever, 580 or 560 or whatever the rate is. So is there? I don't even need to use my fancy printer. I just bought them.
Yeah, but no, you still print that off of eBay, and see, I'm getting 20%.
Oh, okay. Okay, and that's the other thing. You said you get a discount.
Yeah, so when the cheapest thing now, Huck was saying it before, now it's like, it used to be $1.93, now it's $2.03, I think, or something for first class mail, and it doesn't go any higher than like $3. But again, that's 13 ounces or less. So it doesn't matter what you're shipping. You know it's never going to be more than a couple bucks. But let's say you're selling something that's 2 pounds, and you know it's going to fit in that padded fat laid envelope. Now you're advertising priority mail, and I'll throw $5 up for shipping or $6, and make 50 cents on the shipping or something, whatever. But you don't have to
And
worry
it's
about
automatically tracked for $5 too, right?
you get free tracking, and they automatically put that on the auction, and it automatically goes to them, so it's tracked and everything. And yeah, you just print it, tape it on, and you're done. And then if it's not priority mail, if it's first class, you can just drop it in the overnight box. When it's priority mail, I kind of check it in. I think they want you to do that, but you just hand it to them.
Wait, when it's the prepaid boxes, you don't have to use you don't have to go in and talk to people, or if it's
the other way around.
Okay.
I do priority mail
'Cause
in
I like
your box all the time. As long as it fits in the box, they usually don't care.
Yeah, what are they going to do? Send it back to you and be like, hey, take this up to the store next time, or whatever, or take this up to the counter.
Yeah, no, there was just a thing on the box that said something because I don't know, people were screwing up somehow. But yeah, I used to deform those paper flat rate envelopes pretty gnarly. I mean, they would look anything like an envelope, like you're saying, Huck. I mean,
like there's a football in here, isn't there? No, it's papers.
When they do that nowadays, they charge the person that picks it up for the actual shipping rate.
Yeah.
Oh, snap. That would suck.
But then, again, I think it's solved with this padded envelope thing.
I had somebody buy something from some other country, and they got that deal now where they take care of the international shipping. So all I got to do is ship it to, like, Tennessee or whatever. See that?
Well, the
shipping center, the National Shipping Center.
Yeah, I never heard about that before. Some guy bought my patch off international somewhere. I'm like, I don't care where you're buying it now because it's still the same dollar or whatever.
Well, you can print that off of eBay too now, and you don't have to. You just print it, you sign it, and tape it on the package. I send shit all over the world like that, and it's not that bad shipping either. And they pay
it's just shipping to Tennessee or whatever. That's all you got to pay. It sounds like they pick up the rest.
Well, I make them pay it online. Like if it's international, they can go under there and select their country, and then it'll tell them based on because I'll put the weight in. I'll say 7 ounces. So if they're in like England, they know it's going to cost them $12.95. Whereas I was only charging $4 for the United States. And then when they buy it, they just pay it right on the spot. I don't even have to calculate it. That's cool. And again, just drop it off like everything else. Only the tracking number doesn't work outside of the United States. So that's the fucked up part. Getting tracking internationally is pretty expensive. But who cares? It's still got a number on it, so they can find it if they really need to.
That's probably because of all the criminals in other countries.
Oh, God, yeah. But, I don't know.
We know that our package is more likely to get raped or violently assaulted in another country.
Exactly. But yeah, so hopefully I get this new laptop tomorrow. I'm kind of excited. I've been 3 weeks at least without a computer. I'm fucking going bananas.
That'd be interesting. I'd like to do that.
So I don't even know what they're giving me. They're giving me some Toshiba freaking... It's not a real expensive one. I think I'm getting like a $650 one or something. I don't freaking know.
Toshiba
It's a
laptops.
spin-off of a
shit.
Toshiba. It's a Toherba.
No, Toshiba laptops are the shit. You will love it because they don't. No, they don't put all the extra bullshit in them. You don't have to.
Dell's
Cooling fans and USB ports, you mean?
No, software. You know that stupid
you say that,
demo software they give you?
but he asked me today, he goes, when's the last time you used this? And he pointed at the CD-ROM drive. And I went, well, like a month ago. He goes, okay, do you really need that? So I'm like, well, I don't really think I want a laptop without a CD-ROM on it. So I kind of need that.
Well, it lets them go way thin if they don't put a CD-ROM optical drive in it.
Again, I just don't know what I'm getting. It's sitting right there on the counter, and they credited me all this repair money. It was going to cost like $300. I'm like, I told you guys, I just wanted to buy a fucking computer, and you're like, no, you can fix it for under $200. So 2 weeks later, and they're like, look, we're just going to credit you because we can't fix your computer. And
oh, that's cool.
They ended up fucking up too and charging me for 3 hard drives when I only bought 1. So
no, I mean that they're
absolutely. I'm totally psyched now because I was really pissed because I'm like, I don't have the money to spare. I got $20 left to my name this week now.
Oof.
Yeah. So
we're running a sale, and for just $20 on PayPal.
And it's like, great, I can see it. Here's this brand new Toshiba in the box. And he's like, well, what do you want your password to be? And I'm like, well, whatever, here. And he keeps asking me, and he's like, and you got the virus protection for 3 years and all this? And I'm like, well, so how do I activate all this? He goes, oh, well, I got to set it up. It's going to take me a couple days. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? How long is it going to take you to put virus protection in a brand new computer? So I don't know. I got to go back in there tomorrow. But look, I need the computer tonight, please. Give it to me.
I've had that issue before when I used to do that kind of crap work, though. Like, you're not going to you can't afford to just sit there and watch one computer. So you'll run something and then go do 100 other things, come back to it, it'll have stopped, and then you click whatever next and stuff. So it ends up taking 3 days to get something accomplished just because, again, you can't devote all of your time to just sitting there watching a computer do its thing.
I'm just thinking because it's brand new and they're just putting their protection in, whatever. Just especially since I've been waiting 3 weeks, they can maybe prioritize it. It's whatever. I just sick of not being with one, and now I'm broke and I don't have it still. It's like, come on.
No, I hear you. That is kind of lame where it's special circumstances. Like, come on, sit there and watch my damn computer already. Get this done.
Yeah. So, he might have thought, too, because they had already installed the other hard drive in my Dell, and I'm just taking it back, and he has to take the new hard drive back out of it. I think he might have thought I can get everything done and come back in a couple days. I don't know, whatever. I'll just go in tomorrow and say, hey.
Tell him you need it for gun channels.
I do. Channels for Christ's sake. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm in no man's land on my phone here. Now I'm looking at the chat and not the Hangout. I'm afraid to close this window. This is all fucked up. I don't know how I get back over here. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm still on. Okay, this is working. All right, cool. Oh, this is confusing.
Second Yankees exercising.
We're just all gonna picture him on a walking on an exercise machine. It's an exercise machine.
It's good. It better be.
BigDickBitch.com. BigDickBitch.
Feverishly. I'm tired. Holy crap. Wrist popping? Oh, that's funny.
So Stone Guy got all viral from posting those trucks from the UN. I was thinking about posting a bunch of the like traffic signs we have down here that say everything in English and then in Spanish. And it always takes like a paragraph to say it in Spanish, so they'll say like bridge out, and then it'll be like blah 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 blah.
I remember I had to try to figure out how to write "no forks this side" on a plastic container that you could hold about 2,000 pounds of a liquid.
How much text does it take to write El Brillo Alto?
That's what I'm saying. I'm just looking at this one, and it's like traffic signal, expect 8-minute delays, and then it's like semaphore adelante, si anticipea demoras de hasta 8 minutos.
In reverse.
I think you missed a couple of consonants.
I've been doing this thing with my
I'm
son.
pretty sure I've got fluent Spanish down by now.
I've been doing this thing with my son now, who's 16, and he's half Mexican. His birth father was an illegal immigrant, but he doesn't speak a word of Spanish. But I've been doing this thing with him now that whenever he talks, I act like his Spanglish is so bad that I can't understand what he's saying, and it really pisses him off.
Can't understand why.
I'm like, well, your accent's so thick. What are you saying? I can't. What? Something about turkeys? What are you talking about?
Tuna fish. Why are you always talking about tuna fish?
Exactly.
Yeah. El Toro no
Always ends up with him going, "You're racist," and walking away.
It's like he knows you. Wait a minute.
We were at someone the other day, and we were saying something, and I made a comment about you get your dirty mouth from your Carol, and she's like, "No, he gets it from you." And I was like, "No, I don't swear around that much. He gets it from you." And he looks at me, he goes, "Yeah, I get my racism from you."
Wait a minute. That's inappropriate laughter. Mute.
Now I gotta get back on the treadmill.
Thank God it was a treadmill.
So my buddy Matt's a fucking nutcase, and I haven't seen him for I think 2 years now, and in that time he traded away his he carried a Kimber TLE, and his rifle was an AR. He traded that away for a FN57 and then FNS P90 or whatever, or PS90 or whatever they're called, the little P90 civilian. And then like 2 months ago, since then, he traded them both back. So now he's carrying a Glock in a 357 SIG, and he's got another AR. It's all crazy and custom.
You lost me in the quickness of it. Did he end up with more than he started with?
I don't know. Well, that's the thing is that over the years he has to have screwed himself 10 times over. When I first met him, he had just traded a really nice Colt AR for basically a Wasser 10 that was kind of a garage build, and like he's had bad deals over the years, so it's kind of hard to tell with him. But I mean, he traded his $700 pistol for a $800 pistol or $1,000 pistol, I think. I don't know what the 5.7s are going for right now. But and then as far as the PS90 goes, I don't know what those are. Never even looked into them.
Brandish.
Let's see what Google says. Come on. Oh, laptop's slowing down.
The moral of it was more just funny because the guy's constantly trading his gear out.
Oh, the PS90. Okay. They look super cool, but I don't know how much fun they'd be.
Yeah, I don't know. We were talking about it, and we both agreed we'd rather have a Steyr AUG.
Yeah, there's shat on my 2022 SIG tonight.
I don't think he was shatting on yours specifically.
I had one of those, the 5.7 and the PS9. They're nice. I mean, they're fun. They're innovative.
Yeah, they're cool. I don't like shooting a 22 Magnum though. I mean,
yeah.
For everyone I've ever known that has owned one or shot one extensively has said it's kind of like shooting a 22. I mean,
Mark, I went over to Horseman's Warehouse tonight, And one of the guys behind the counter recognized him. He's like, "Oh, I'm not used to seeing you come in here look at guns. You're usually over at Brightwater." I was like, "Oh yeah, I'm just in." So I thought I was kind of like, I wanted to say, well, yeah, I'm kind of getting used to the idea of having to shop here once Brightwater's out. But I didn't want to say that.
That is so depressing. I mean, if I spend any more money, I'll end up divorced.
I know. So I've been spending as much as I possibly can. I've even been going in and buying that crappy Rogue Defense ammo just to buy something.
It shoots. It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's just a little dirty.
Just target ammo. But
Yeah. It's not like you're not going to scrub your guns after you're done anyway.
I bought like 600 rounds of that over the last week just to have something to buy.
Are you trying to save a business?
Yeah. Basically, in the middle of April, he started doing a monthly business what he used to do in a week.
Yeah.
It just all of a sudden stopped.
So do the rest of us.
Kind of becoming an epidemic all over the gun world. I was talking to a couple of distributors, a couple of the distributors he deals with, I was talking with directly, and they were like, last year we sold more guns than we sell in any 2 years previous, pretty much. He said this year, however, they're running at about 30% of what they normally sell.
Ouch.
The gun market just dried up, they said. I'm like, well, everybody went out and bought everything, now everybody's broke.
I like to blame the Europeans.
I'd say it's Canadians' fault.
Yeah, that's better when there's a Canadian in here, though.
So my town's got an interesting gun store history. They go through about one every 5 years, and then there's a pawn shop that's been here for 20 years that sells guns and ammo and knives and stuff. And
that's the reason why it's been around so long, because it does other stuff.
Yeah, exactly. And well, that's the kind of the cool thing is the last 3 or 4 years now we've had a real gun store. I mean, like the guy opened up a great store. He carries lines of guns. He has a line of Kimbers, a line of Glocks. He has the full line of Glocks down to the 42, and carries 5 or 6 different AKs at almost all times, to different ARs. He has PS90s and stuff like that, and they're a really nice gun shop. I think they're doing good. I don't know the guy super well, but I mean, they just spent quite a lot opening up a whole new section of the store and renovating they have like a whole new room that's archery now. So it's a multiple room gun store. And they're doing good. So we've actually got the first solid gun store in 25, 30 years besides the pawn shop.
Well, I hope they're selling other stuff.
Oh yeah, they sell tons of stuff, man. I mean, they sell reloading stuff, they sell kegs of powder and all kinds of stuff. Everything from Mosins and, Cricket 22s to knives and multi-tools and archery stuff.
Cool.
Yep, other than that, my option, besides those 2 places, my options are Walmart. And there's this crazy hidden custom place that doesn't have a storefront.
Sad thing is, I don't know of any other gun stores in Vancouver.
Y'all went out of business. BNC went under. That one out towards Ridgefield went under. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was just listening. Sorry.
Yelling from across
Sounds to me like y'all people don't buy enough guns.
Right.
Well, CNC retired.
Well, he retired. He was forced into retirement because his business hadn't turned a profit in like a year and a half.
That and he dumped a bunch of money trying to move into that old bank.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is when there's not a bunch of gun stores in your area, there will be no more violence.
Exactly.
And exactly how is that good news? Because the way the tweakers run rampant around there. Just a matter of time before they start into the. I mean, what is it? Some dipshit left a window wide open on a second story in the rich neighborhood over by where I'm at. And so he left a ladder sitting on the side of the house.
Huh.
Called right up in it, took half his shit, took the keys off the little pin on the wall, and drove their car right out of the frickin'.
It's like I left the ladder and I left the second story window open and then I got raped.
Well, they weren't home.
Well, I don't know how it happened.
I have to admit that about half the time I leave my house, I don't even lock my door.
Yep.
Yeah, but is your alarm on?
Yeah, my alarm's on and my cameras are on. And I never have any trouble.
Yeah, I had to move my kayak tonight. I left it right under the window that I leave open for like the last couple days. I go, that's probably not a smart idea.
Like my son leaves his bike out front, and no one ever steals it. But like our neighbor, his friend comes over, and his dad makes him bring the bike in the house when he's in our house. So I have to park the kid's bike in my living room because they've had so many bikes stolen. And I'm like, well, we never get ours stolen because we have cameras, and people and thieves can see that.
Maybe nobody wants your bike.
Oh no, he's got a nice bike.
Huffy.
Oh no, we went to there's a bike
I like
shop
the banana seats are stylish. I love these when I was a kid.
I had that Apollo.
right down the street from us, and I like to try to support small business, so I got to go in there and spend $350 on a bicycle. But it's you can like pick it up with one hand and walk off with it.
Doesn't seem like that much for a bicycle.
It seems pretty cheap for a bike these days.
A bike, a 20-inch bicycle. They're about $60 if you buy them at the store.
All my friends.
But that's just a thing that looks like a bicycle, right? I mean, that you're talking about buying a real bicycle that he can use.
Well, it was I forget what the name of it is. Some sort of special lightweight with a special suspension on it so that he can ride it off road, which he never does. And it's so light you can literally pick it up with like 2 fingers and put it on your shoulder and carry it away.
Yeah, it's amazing how light some of these bikes are.
It's got some sort of aluminum graphite alloy frame. It's so super light.
Yeah, they're lighter than an AR.
Yeah.
Like 4 pounds. 5 pounds. Crazy. All my buddies' mountain bikes, they spend like $1,500, $2,000 minimum.
That's a full-size adult bike. We're talking a little 9-year-old kid's bike.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah. You were talking about the older son.
No, the older son doesn't even ride his bicycle. He's got one of those like BMX tricker bikes.
Yeah.
He never rides it, ever.
I loved riding my bike as a kid. That was awesome.
Well, I did it all the time, but if he wants to go anywhere, he just comes and gets me and says, hey, take me here. He won't get his license.
Right, I'm out, guys. Thanks for the help with the eBay stuff. I'm going to start posting some stuff tomorrow, I think.
All right. Hopefully I'll have my computer tomorrow styling.
Cool. I would like to do a podcast tomorrow. That's our night. So I'll try to come up with something because I'm sick of the just general chats. I like to do something on topic. I always have more fun with those.
Yeah.
All right. See you guys.
Do the paid thing too. 5 o'clock. Gotta enjoy my day off tomorrow. Gonna wake up by 9 o'clock.
Good luck with that.
It's gonna be 10:30, but I just thought I'd say that. But 10:30 would be cool. I'll get myself about 5 hours sleep. I'm fine with that. Take a nice nap in the afternoon. That's the plan, at least. I already got a couple couple hours sleep. The last couple hours.
Whoa, what happened? Later, Cello.